Oh yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're live. I just missed this moment when I got live. Hey everyone, hey community, hey all people, hey speakers, hey all around the world people who are joining us today on this global summit for Flutter developers by Geekle 2024. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Hello, Nika. Nika is our community manager who helped and actually made this event happen. Hello, Nika. How are you?
Hello, Ed. I'm good. I'm also really excited for the conference. And yeah.
Yeah, and Paul. Paul is always with us from the very beginning. Paul helps us create this great events, help us oversee the agendas, topics, partnerships. Unfortunately, last days we don't have much sponsors. Well, like we don't have them at all, but we work on it because we want to make these events better and bigger, and that's our goal. Anyway, Paul, hi, how are you? What do you feel?
Morning, everyone. Happy to start another edition of our Flutter Summit, and yeah, excited for all the great speakers, and thankful to everyone who helped to organize this event and to actually uh, make it into production. And yeah, shout out to speakers, to program committee, to everyone who helped us, and we are excited to kickstart this year with another Flutter event, and we hope this will give you some additional information. Maybe it will help you boost your career, or if you're just starting with Flutter, maybe it will give you the direction which you can then follow and become a developer, become a mobile developer, maybe a web developer, because as we know, Flutter has lots of cool stuff in going on around the web, and Flutter for on the server side. That's one of the topics that we will be discussing today. Yeah, so excited.
Thank you very much. And it's as always is our mission to gather the best content online with use cases, with through use cases, leading experts and great community members shared some new insights, new ideas. They pitch it to you so you can like understand new approaches, new technologies, new way, get your insights and improve your code, improve your work and the applications you build. This is our mission, and I'm super happy, and I'm just saying thank you to Anna, Alexander, Daria, and Mongridas for helping us with this event as a program committee. Thank you very much for this help. So, what is this event look like? Nika, tell us more how you like cooked it up and what was the recipe, what to expect here.
Well, I would say it is a secret recipe, but for the coming 2 days, we will have 20 amazing speakers. So each day we'll have 7 hours of talk, so 7 hours of amazing real world case studies, 7 hours of interesting discussions, of knowledge, etc. So we're gonna have 11 speakers for junior track, so for today. And for tomorrow, we're gonna have 9 speakers, so 9 speakers for junior track. Each day is gonna have 3 blocks. After each block, we're gonna have a Q&A session. So don't forget to ask your questions in the chat, because for the Q&A session, speakers are going to join us in live and they will answer all of your questions. And the same for tomorrow. And one more thing I want to add, that for this conference, we'll have more than 2,300 registrations. It is amazing, and I hope that you guys will benefit from it.
All right, thank you very much. Uh, Now I see what's going on in the chat, and I'm super happy. This is kind of real international community. Can you imagine this? People say from Brazil, Nigeria, Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, Portugal, hola from Smart Tech One. I'm not sure where is it, but probably Smart Tech. Yeah, from Germany. I hope they have student discount. Edward, look, this is the free day, and of course, just type us something for the discounts on the website, or probably Paul will tell you how to get even the free ticket for tomorrow. From India, from Indonesia, from Nepal, Bangladesh, from Chad, Taiwan, Turkey, Nepal, Egypt, Finland. Oh my God, Tunisia. More India, more Egypt, South Africa. Hello, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India. More. Hello from USA. Okay, hello. Are you guys like immortal or what? You don't sleep there. Never sleep there. Algeria, Egypt. Oh my God, from all around the world. And yes, I'm. Yeah, and a speaker from California saying hi, and Croatia too. Yeah, I can read it all day, but you Paul have something to say about the event. So yeah, we're listening to you now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that we also have a panel discussion. So they start at 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock UTC flat each day. So we will have panel discussion today. It's going to be Flutter trends and predictions for 2024. And tomorrow also we're going to talk about AI and ML technology for mobile development and Flutter namely. And yeah, we will have some really cool, interesting discussions over there. And also, I wanted to remind you that we are having a pretty packed spring every year, and we are having amazing events planned. We have amazing events planned for the month of March and April and May also. So we are currently having promotional offers for both Software Architecture Summit and also for AI and software development conference. So yeah, and we will have the discount codes and banners right now shown here. So this one is oh yeah, so this one is for Flutter. So you can use this promo code Flutter Live to get a discount. And for additional special student discounts, you can write us in the chat on the website. And Tim, one of our educational advisors, will help you with that. And also, we planning to have the giveaway of three free tickets. So please be active in the chat and ask questions. So your active participation during the discussion, during the Q&A sessions, will get you a free ticket for tomorrow. So we are having three Q&A sessions. So basically, free ticket for each Q&A session. Yeah, so get ready to listen and get ready to ask questions, and you have a chance to get yourself a free ticket for tomorrow.
Yeah, the free tickets are absolutely available. So be active in chat. Anyway, more more chat. Hello from Rwanda. Hello from Nepal. Nigeria. Yes, Sri Lanka. And what we have more Nigeria, Italy. Hello from Rieti, Italy. Yeah, of course. Nairobi says hello, like from all around the world. Guys, so hot chat. I see so many people here. Serbia, Morocco. Yeah, hey, and greetings to speakers. Greeting Flutter community, like super reactive community. I'm so excited. Well, what I would like to share right now is our topics, what to expect for today. First, our talk. First of all, this is a junior day, so we try to allocate more kind of not junior, but not so deep topics, not too that doesn't require that deep expertise to listen these topics. So declarative navigation with Go router for first talk today. Then we'll listen something about AI integration. Pay attention here, and then theming and design systems. I always love this design systems topics. They are usually so beneficial. Unlocking new potential with Flutter with shaders. Sorry, mobile tech stack at tight. Deploying your Dart server application. Flutter battleground, sorry, and more topics for today. Thank you for joining us here. Thank you for being so active. And Nika, what should you probably say something about like our agenda for today? Any other thing to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as I said before, this is going to be 2 days of the event. So the first day is completely free. It is going now with 11 speakers, and tomorrow will be a paid day with 9 senior speakers. So go and buy full access ticket on our website. And also for those who already bought a full access ticket, your certificates will be sent by email after the live stream, and also individual recordings of the speakers will be available at the end of the week. And just wanted to remind you that don't forget to ask your questions in the chat during the presentation. They will be answered by our speakers during the Q&A session when they will join us in live.
Right. Still more chat. I want to read more, if you excuse me, because I really excited. Finland, yeah, Pakistan, Germany, Kenya. So many people again. Finland, yes, and the beautiful Nika. Someone say, I agree. Hello from Philippines, Nigeria, Gambia, Transylvania. Whoa. Again, beautiful Nika. Sorry, but I'm just reading this chat, you know. Hello from Ukrainian Flutter community. Hello, Bogdan. Hello from Italy. The community is Bay. Hello, people from India. Yes, so many from DZ. I know. What it says, Ram. I'm not sure what is that. Probably kind of some joke. Hello from Turkey, Algeria. Yeah. Well, I cannot even scroll down till the end. From Croatia, from Ukraine again, Morocco, India, Pakistan. Yeah. Hello from Italy. That was the last message. But we have to actually start our event. Let's go to our content. Thank you for joining me at this opening ceremony, Paul and Nika. Thank you very much. And I'm going to announce
Later.
our first speaker. And the first topic we will hear is wait a second. From the communities Bay. Okay, yeah, that's actually what you mentioned. It will be Federico Parazan talking about declarative navigation with Go Router. What, why, and how. So let's start. Let's see what's in there.
Hello everyone, I'm Federico and today I will talk about declarative navigation with GoRouter, what, why and how. First of all, I'm Federico Parezzan, I'm a software engineer. I'm certificate Java by Oracle, and I founded a community called Sviluppatori Flutter in Italy. And this community is hosted on the Communities Bay. And then let's go on. What do we do today? We talk about the limitation of Navigator 1.0, then the routes and the subroutes, the difference between go versus push methods, and then the routing with path versus routing by name. Spoiler alert, use always route by name. Routing by path is the evil, but if you want to use, there is. Then, and finally, the redirect. First of all, why this talk? Because I saw that many developers use all still the Navigator 1.0, and but there are some issues with this navigator. For example, when you use a Flutter Web, especially when you use Flutter Web, of course, there is Navigator 2.0, but there are many boilerplate codes and not so easy to use. And in this scenario, GoRouter can help us. Okay. The limitations of Navigator 1.0. First of all, there is not a centralized class with the routes. Then there is a strong dependencies between the widget that are unrelated. In fact, inside the widget, you navigate to another widget and you declare inside the parent widget. Okay. Third, there is no routing by URL on web. Then there is no redirect on web. And finally, there is no path and query params on web. And this is a big problem when you want to develop a cross-platform application. But why you have to use GoRouter? First of all, GoRouter is minimal and it has a easy to use API. Then is maintained by the Flutter team, and there is a outstanding documentation. Really, the documentation is done very well, and then it is use the declarative API. Okay. Let's see in the specific how to use the GoRouter with my demo. Okay, this is our application. It is a simple application developed, created with command line Flutter skeleton. This is our topic that I will talk about. Okay, first of all, GoRouter, there is the dependencies of GoRouter. So if you go in pubspec.yaml, you can add this dependency, other dependencies. Okay. Then in order to configure, you have to go in our class where you define the material app and add the .router in this way. And then you have, I create a Dart file that I called app_router, in my case, but you can call as you want. And I define a constant, in this case, GoRouter. The type of this object is obviously GoRouter. And here I define all my routes. So I have a class with inside an object where I define all my routes. All routes are here. Okay. You can see all the routes that I will use here. Okay, then I will check in the specific. And then we have to add this configuration inside our material app.router here, defining, assigning the router config. Okay, so check the next to do, the 5. Okay, first of all, here in this demo, you can see that there is not the hashtag, but we have the /home for the home URL, and then you can check this with this method, use path URL strategy inside our main method before the run app. Okay, But if you want to use this, you have to import this package flutter_web_plugin/url_strategy.dart. Okay. First of all, we have this application. I showed you the Navigator one, how to use Navigator 1.0. I want to show the problem. In this case, if I click inside, you can see that the path here is not correct. We have a GIF with honey, I'm old. In fact, better use other instrument, for example, router. Okay. This is is here the code, but I think all of you know. Okay. Navigator.push material page route. Here, in fact, we have inside the topics _list_page, we have a dependency with this widget. So, how to define a new route with GoRouter? Inside our app_router here, okay, I define this is our route, go route. Okay, we have to tell him the path, in this case home, and then inside the builder say the page, the widget that you want to show. Okay, and then in topics list we navigate in this way. We will see these things when I talk about go versus push. Okay, so for instance, take this. Okay, so if we navigate, we have another GIF. Okay, back. And then how to define a sub route, because sometimes I want that a route that it is child of another route. In this example, if we click on route, you don't have the back, and then we understand why we don't have the back. Okay, but if you click on subroutes, then we have the back, because TP_subroutes is a child of the /home route. And how I define a subroute? In this way, inside a route, in this case /home, but if you want to define a subroute of TP routes, you can do the same here, assigning a list of go route routes here. Okay, and you can see, for example, that TP_subroutes is here. Okay, in this way, we define like a route. So a subroute is inside this list of routes, and we have a path, our path and our builder in this way. Okay, then how to navigate in this case? We have the go. We talk about go. We have two ways: go and push, or go named and push named, but we can see this after. Okay, and we can use or go router of context.go and our route, or we can use the context, the extension, thanks to go router helper, and use a simple, a short version with context.go in this case. Okay, so we type context.go and the final location, so /home/tp_log, and then click on it here. We can go inside this our route. Okay, Then go over to the push. Oh, here, if you want to use the push, is like go, but instead of go, you have to use you have to type here push. Okay, so which is the difference between go and push? Go or go named will take us to the specified route, but based on the route hierarchy we have to define. You have to think of go as a way to jump from any given route to any other route inside the go router hierarchy. This will modify the underlying navigation stack if the new route is not a sub-route of the older one. Push or push named always add a new route without altering the underlying navigation stack. But push is more in line what navigation 1.0 does, and will always push the destination route on top of the existing navigation stack. So when we dismiss the page, we are taken back to where we come from. Okay. Another things that is thing that is important about push named is that in our here you can see now I navigate with push. Okay, the path is not changed, so we have also home like navigator point O. If you want to change this behavior, you have to define inside your main method this. Let's do. Okay, go router option URL flex imperative APIs, and then auto load. If you click on push, now the URL is changed, and we have like go router way and not like a navigator 1.0 way. Okay, then navigation by path. We have still see this in this way, because you have to define the path like string inside here path. Okay, and then you can call this path inside the top in this widget when you have to navigate context.go or push and the correct path. Okay, let's try. So routing by path. Okay, we have Rick and Morty that tell us that this is bad. In fact, there is a better way, and we can use the routing by name. I checked the okay. So in our app_router, I define an enum, but you can use also a constant, what you want. In my case, I prefer the enum. So here, for example, we in our this is not good. Okay. In this case, we define the path TP_by name. So the final path. Then the important things is to define the name, and then we have a route.tp by name, that is our enum, and then because I'm using enum, we have to click then select the dot name. Okay, and on topic list you have to navigate in this way. So up route with you have to define the enum very simple. Okay. See. Okay, then move on. routed by name, and the name is not James Bond, but is a nice GIF. But that you remember that you use the navigate with name and not by path. But if you want to, you can use the path. Okay, then another thing that is important is to use the parameters. Okay, how can you achieve this? Inside your go route, you can you define your path of course, and if you want to add some parameters, in this case, path parameters, the syntax is this. Follow with page name is the name what I want to use, but before you have to use this. Okay, and then if you want to retrieve the param, you have to use inside your builder. Check the difference, this builder, and with our function return directly the page. Here we have our body. So inside state, I retrieve the path parameters, but you can use also, for example, path or query parameters and the name of our parameter. In this case, page name, and then pass to the inside the constructor of this widget. Okay, but how can you pass this parameter from the parent page? In this way. Okay, context dot go named, because I navigate with I use name and non path. Okay, if you want to use path, use go, but if you want to use the name, go named, or push named. Okay, and then pass the path parameters or query parameters if you want to use instead, and then the name of the parameters, and then the value. In this case, the value is the name of the page. Okay, if I click, you can see here we show the parameter, the parameter that I retrieved. Okay, here. Okay, and then let's go on and check how can you go back, like in Navigator 1.0 with context.pop. Very simple. Yeah, this is our terminator that I'll be back. So we have to go back, use perform pop, that is this button, and then we are back. Okay, and last but not least, how to perform a redirect. Okay, well, we have here, I defined this push, this navigation to the page that need to be redirect.name, that you can find here. Page that you need to redirect, that you should go to TP route page, but I define here inside our go router the redirect, and I check that if the path is page that need to be redirect, return /home/TP redirect. So go router check /TP redirect inside home as sub route inside here. So let we go. I check direct here. Okay, and I define this route. So path TP redirect name up route TP redirect dot name. So let's check the demo. Okay, and we navigate to TP underscore redirect. Okay, demo is finished. So continue with our slide. Move on. So wrap up. Okay, you can use the Navigator 1.0 or the 2.0 if you want. For the, I recommend for demo project only and not for enterprise project. But of course, for enterprise project, you have something that is much better. Maybe Go Router, I don't know, choose you. And then we have to see how to navigate to route with routes and sub routes in declarative way. Then the difference between Go versus push. And then I recommend prefer routing by name over routing by path. And then we have seen how to perform a redirect. Okay, this is some references if you want to see more in detail. And then last but not least, I close every talk with a GIF. So that's not simply end the presentation without a meme. And then this is I'm Federico Parenzan. This is my recap if you want to check. And so thank you very much. If you have a question, collect them for after. See you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Federico, for your talk. It was actually emotional in chat during this talk. First of all, sorry about the quality of the code and screen. It was like in the last minute and we could not fix it. But hopefully on recordings it will be better. So you if you have something to like read special, you'll have the opportunity to see it on recordings. Anyway, sorry about that. But I see lots of kind of uncertainty in chat about this method, the Go router, and I think it will be like a hot discussion in the Q&A session because lots of questions. Thank you very much. I see it's crazy active chat today. Thank you very much. But next speaker is Rukaya Sattar. And his topic, fluttering into the future, bridging healthcare gaps with AI integration. I'm thrilled to hear, actually, because you probably know Geekle runs Geekle AI Labs, where we test different tools, AI-based tools for software developers, especially, and approaches, and we're only starting. So if you are up to these researches and testing of tools, you can easily join our lab. Ping me on LinkedIn or here in chat or whatever. I will invite you to our research groups. So Rukaya Star, fluttering into the future with bridging healthcare gaps with AI navigation. Let's do it.
Hello, welcome everyone. Hello. So let's start. Fluttering. My presentation is about like my talk. Talk is on fluttering into the future, bridging healthcare gaps with AI integration. So let's start with introducing myself. I am Rukaya Sattar, a Flutter software engineer at Next Generation Innovations from Pakistan. I have been navigating my career from native Android mobile app development to Flutter software engineering. I am actively involved in open source communities and writing what I learned during my development career, actually, and nurturing young talent through mentoring by at Outreachy and We Speak. I give tech talks at technical events. I am also actively involved in like a Flutter community by involving myself in a Flutterista community. So let's start with the topic. Welcome everyone. Again, to Fluttering into the Future, Bridging Healthcare Gaps with AI Integration. In this session, we are diving deep into the fusion of Flutter. It's a versatile cross-platform UI toolkit by Google and AI, artificial intelligence within the healthcare sector, especially focusing on respiratory health monitoring or respiratory health real-time monitoring, I guess. Yeah. And my main objective will revolve around creating a mobile application, specifically Flutter application that incorporates or that has integrated machine learning model that is capable of real-time detecting or predicting heartbeat sound, either they are normal or abnormal. It's much like a digital stethoscope, like the application works like a digital stethoscope. So you may ask, why is this integration so important? Well, it directly addresses the pressing need for remote healthcare, creating a vital connection between healthcare providers and patients. So by utilizing the power of Flutter and AI, we we want to spotlight how cutting-edge solutions can evolve patient care and enhance healthcare accessibility. Yeah. So what can you expect from this session? I'm not just talking, I am not just here to talk about theory, but to share real world experiences and practical development insights. And our study case serves as a roadmap offering invaluable perspectives and knowledge for developers who are eager to make a difference in the healthcare sector through technology. So by the end of the session, you will walk away with the tools, information, and inspiration needed to explore and implement similar solutions to your own projects. So let's dive into this journey with me. I will share first why Flutter and AI is important in the healthcare sector. These are few things which I am in next slide. I'm gonna explain them more. First thing, by integrating Flutter and AI, healthcare apps offer remote, real-time monitoring, early detection of diseases, personalized care beyond clinics. This will promote proactive disease detection, preventing illness progression, and evolves flawless connectivity between patients and providers, healthcare providers. Data-driven insights like AI integration allows for analysis of large data sets. It will generate valuable insights and trends that can inform healthcare decisions, research, and policy making, which will help to contribute in advancement in the healthcare field or AI or new upcoming technologies. So why I choose, like for this application, for this noble cause, I have chosen Flutter because Flutter has ability to deploy applications on multiple platforms with a single code base. It will ease the development process, making it more efficient and cost efficient for healthcare technology solutions. Future-proofing healthcare. Flutter and AI drive engaging healthcare gaps applications with real-time monitoring, education, and personalized feedback. It will boost or empower patient engagement. This innovation blends signals a new era in healthcare tech, shaping the future of service delivery and accessibility. So why we need remote healthcare? I'll share a few background. The need for the need for remote healthcare has become increasingly evident in recent times. driven by various factors such as technological advancement, changing demographics, and global events. So, remote healthcare, often referred to as telehealth or telemedicine, it involves the provision of healthcare services and monitoring of patients from a distance. So, using this technology to bridge the gap between healthcare providers and patients. And what are needs? Another is public health crisis. Remote healthcare breaks down geographical barriers by providing medical services in timely manner to remote areas. It will enhance convenience and it reduced travel expense or travel staff, and it's important during pandemics and ensures rapid development for deployment of care while minimizing disease spread. Advancement in communication technologies like aging population technology advancement, mobile devices, wearables, and telecommunication infrastructure have paved the way for the streamlined or flawless delivery of healthcare services remotely. Video consultancy, remote monitoring, and health apps have become integral component in the remote health care. It can be a cost-effective alternative for both providers and patients, as I discussed before. We don't need to have for a physical infrastructure any travel expenses and like associated cost to make just our healthcare service or stuff more affordable and sustainable. It will empower patients to manage their health actively, and like they will have access to information. Virtual consultancy enables patient to take charge of their own well-being. And what health provider gains, they will gain flexibility, reaching more patients and managing appointments better and optimizing resources. Early interventions. It will also expand to mental health services, provide virtual counseling and therapy sessions. It's important for addressing global mental health concerns. What challenges are faced by healthcare's for accessing healthcare services in remote areas? Some of them are these I have highlighted, but I'll discuss few of them in coming slides. Like in remote areas, limited transportation poses challenges for the residents to access healthcare facilities, which leads to delayed or restricted medical services and shortage of health professionals. Yeah, these regions often have few healthcare facilities which may be under-equipped or understaffed. So that adds more difficulty in providing real timely or on time or comprehensive healthcare services. So yeah, and remote communities lack reliable internet. They don't have proper connections. They making which makes tele health more difficult. On top of that, few doctors and nurses work in these areas, which like they have limited access to essential care and emergency responses. Limited health education. So the residents in remote areas have more than low or have limited or low awareness, lack about preventive measures that leads for more preventable diseases or delayed care, obviously. And cultural geographical logistics hurdles, misunderstanding due to culture or linguistics or belief differences create barrier to healthcare. If they don't have healthcare like remote healthcare services, then these are the barriers. And maintaining a sustainable supply of medical necessity is challenging in remote regions. So to solve these problems, we have introduced our open source project, which is Embwathoscope, a digital stethoscope in the form of mobile application. The stethoscope is in the market is generally not affordable at individual level, especially in developing nations and struggling communities. So they are great tool for doctors, but not only for doctors, but in telemedicine. So we need tools to be able to diagnose patients remotely. In case of no doctors available in developing nations, we need AI that's affordable to do that diagnosis. So this is the case study. To make this application, we need to build a stethoscope and record our heartbeat sound in the application. We only need, like, you only need a normal stethoscope and a tiny microscope. We can cut the scope itself and attach directly to the small microscope. This would allow sound goes directly through microphone itself coming from the plate. Now for the recording part, we can use that to record our heart as well as our respiratory system. The recording can be done by our phone, making it much more accessible around the world. So we can share that our heartbeat sound to other doctors. Yeah. And to like we in this application, we are recording our heartbeat sound in the mobile application directly, and internally we have chosen CNN. It's a convolutional neural network model. We chose it for its effectiveness in capturing low frequency audio sounds, relationships within audio data, which is making it more suitable for respiratory disease detections. It's a deep learning model, it's a deep learning algorithm designed for images and pattern recognition task. So in our task of respiratory disease detection from audio signals, CNNs are effective because they are automatically learn hierarchical representation of features, capturing both low level and high level patterns in the audio sound. And we have integrated a machine learning model into our application by using TF Lite Flutter library to connect the model to the Flutter app, providing flawless interface for integrating TensorFlow Lite model into Flutter application. And this allows for smooth communication between the Flutter front end and the machine learning back end to enable real-time prediction. And also, when user is giving his raw heartbeat sound data, so internally that audio data is converted, raw data, that is heartbeat recorded sound data, into it is converted into a suitable format for the machine learning model to detect the disease or abnormality of heartbeat sound runtime. We have used it's a MFCC of feature by a native Java library, which we turn to Tensor DSP. It's also a same term for Java-based library. It's known for its robust MFCC extraction capabilities. MFCC is Mel frequency capsular coefficients. It leverages, like we have introduced, we have added platform channels, especially Flutter's method channel. We establish a communication bridge between Java and Flutter. This allows us to invoke Java methods from Flutter and enable us to harness the power of Tensor DSP within our application. At Flutter side, we have added channel for Java code that handles incoming and outgoing messages. And while on Android on Java side, we used method call handler to process incoming method calls and execute the desired functionality, such as MFCC MFCC extraction using Tensor DSP. Overview. I will, this is our project overview. This is the application. I am showing its demo. We are recording our heartbeat sound, and on the real time, the application detects that my heartbeat is normal or abnormal, or it has murmur sound, which is like it's giving me 98% of accuracy data. Saving my heartbeat sound. Now it's giving me my heartbeat sound detection, normal or this. So what technology stack is used in this application? The machine learning framework, which is TensorFlow DSP, TensorFlow Flight. We have trained model by different heartbeat sound data sets from Keras, and we have used another third-party library for our model conversion, like conversion of our raw heartbeat data to the data needed to insert in our trained model, so that it can detect runtime abnormality or normality of our heartbeat sound. And for that, we have created platform channels in our Flutter application. Use case of remote collaboration. This application can help juniors or entry-level doctors to get consultancy or help from their seniors remotely, and this application can give digital healthcare record system, like it can add medical record systems like data in the application, and we can add a virtual meeting feature in the application. This is the open source project, and everyone are welcome to give more idea or improve on this application. So yeah, I would like to especially thank Outreachy. This is a platform who gives me this knowledge of sharing my knowledge and learning from open source communities, and MBO community is an open source community to which I am mentoring interns under my supervision and learning from my interns and learning from my mentors. Jeff, Sia, and Stephanie are my mentors. So thank you so much for investing your time in me. And for this application, Petra has designed the UI part of the application. Aisha is the current intern and contributor of this application. And I would welcome or like to invite all my viewers to contribute in our this open source application. I have shared the link of the Emboto scope. So thank you so much, and you can reach me on my LinkedIn or Twitter, or I have shared my links here. Thank you so much again. Bye-bye, everyone. Hope you enjoy.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Wow, that's actual, like, I feel like the next era, right? On the beginning of the presentation, I was worried, is it like correct presentation for the Flutter conference? But yes, it is. And we must admit this is a real nice project. We still have lots of concerns in chat and questions, and I really waiting for these panel discussions, because I think software developers are the most critical or I don't know, skeptical audience about AI, because actually we are the people who manage it and build it. But anyway, the AI probably can bring us to kind of better future. I don't know. Thank you again for your questions and activity in chat. And next talk. Let's go to the next one. And this is real brilliant, because this speaker uses Flutter not on mobile or desktop device. You will see, and I'm so happy to announce that Moritz Thees, CEO of SnapX, will be presenting today. I hope, but I still don't have the. Oh yeah, it's good. It's all probably good. Yeah, we'll be presenting about building an air quality matter with Flutter. And from his abstract, I know it's about the embedded devices, not our regular devices. Anyway, let's listen about the building an air quality matter with Flutter.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk, Building an Air Quality Meter with Flutter. First of all, even though we're not having such a long talk today, I'll start off with an agenda. First, a little about section, where I talk a little bit, very brief, about me, who I am, and what I do. Second, we'll talk about the hardware we're using for this project, and therefore the hardware you can use to redo the project at home by yourself. And then next, we're talking about the software, Flutter or embedded Flutter, better say it, in general, how you can use it, what we use for this project. And we will also talk about the software implementation. How did we do it? What are the actual lines of code we wrote? Flutter and Dart, and maybe more. What do we need to get this project going? So first, about me. My name is Moritz. I am a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. I'm the co-founder of SnapX, a all-in Flutter app agency. Mainly, we do iOS, Android apps with Flutter, but of course also macOS, Linux, Windows apps, all with Flutter. Then I also co-founded Snap Embedded, the younger company, which is again a company revolving around Flutter. But here we do not only help companies succeed with Flutter, but we do also help the community with tools, knowledge, tutorials, and everything there that you need to get started with Flutter on embedded devices. And yeah, we have a bunch of open source tools there, one of which I'm going to show in this talk. So yeah, please feel free to check it out there. So for this project, how are we going to build a air quality monitor with Flutter? We're going to talk about the hardware, of course. What we'll need is essentially, or are essentially those three things you can see here. Raspberry Pi, our main development machine, a air quality sensor, and a touchscreen where we can show everything that all the data that we gather. So our development board in this case is a Raspberry Pi Model 4B 4 gigs of RAM, 32 gigabytes of memory, but everything smaller would work as well. Of course, 8 gigs Raspberry Pi 4 would work as well. Raspberry Pi 5 would work as well. It's just even faster, and that's not needed here. But yes, Raspberry Pi 5 works like a charm. It's just a little more expensive, but besides that, you won't really notice a difference though, because this just runs super smooth already. The air sensor that we're using, this one is a Pimoroni SCD41. It's an air quality sensor. CO2 temperature and humidity is measured by it. Yeah, the interesting thing or the reason for this sensor is you can buy it in those maker shops. It's widely known. There are a lot of projects. So if you just Google a little bit, you'll find example projects with it. You will find example codes with it. More importantly, we have I2C connection. So this is the bus that we use to connect the sensor itself to the Raspberry Pi, to the GPIOs. And we also have a Raspberry Pi Python library that works out of the box. We have a example project there that we can just download, follow the instructions, and run it on our Raspberry Pi. So yeah, we have everything we need for a successful air quality meter. And we use this sensor. Last but not least, display, roughly 11-inch IPS panel, capacitive touch. It's a wave share display. A few years ago, it was really a thing, like finding a nice display. But when you use a display like this nowadays, especially those wave share displays, they're just really, really good. The capacitive touch, the resolution, viewing angle is just, it's really, really good display. The interaction is super good. It's known to be working with the Raspberry Pi because, again, it's widely used in the maker community. And it just runs. You plug it in. And if you use, for example, Raspberry Pi OS, then you have nothing to deal with. You just take the hardware, plug it in, and yeah, you're ready to go. So that's already it. Like, we don't need that much more hardware for our project. So let's dive into the software a little bit more, especially embedded Flutter. Because if we talk about embedded Flutter, then we have a few different options to go with. And you may ask yourself why. That's because we have the option to go with 4 different embedders to run Flutter on embedded devices. When we normally build a Flutter app for Android or iOS, we always use the embedder that comes with Flutter, so the official Flutter embedder for that target platform. And we could do the same with embedded devices as well, with some limitations. Flutter, of course, runs on Linux, and the official Flutter Linux embedder therefore will be capable of building an app that can run on, for example, a Raspberry Pi. If you have a Linux running on there, that will work and is fine. But still, if you go into the realm of embedded Flutter, you'll be faced with different options. And yeah, most likely you'll be faced with those 4 different options, with either using the built-in, let's call it vanilla Flutter embedder, to use Flutter Pi, super cool open source project, Flutter eLinux by Sony, or IVI Home Screen, which is developed by Toyota. All of those are custom Flutter embedders. So the Flutter engine stays the same, but it will use a different embedder to interact with the custom or the target platform. Now, you may ask yourself why. Why is that even needed? Of course. And to understand that, you need a little background knowledge that I'll try to keep as short as possible, because you don't necessarily need that as Flutter developer. But the thing you need to know about are display server protocols. And the display server protocol is a program which is responsible for the input and output coordination from and to the operating system with the rest of the system. And there's a whole bunch of them. We'll just talk about two. I'd say the two most used ones. I think, those are the two most used ones. There are. Number one is the X Windows system, X11, and the thing with it is that it was released in 1984, and over the time, apparently it got, I don't know, the code quality seems to be rather bad. So there were some security issues that just came out a few years ago, because this is still used, mostly on desktop environments with Linux, the X Windows system. Whereas Wayland, for example, which was initially started in 2008, clearly is the future, because it's just more lightweight, the code is better maintainable, it's better maintained, the performance is better, less security issues. It's just a better option to go with. And the thing you need to know now is that some or a lot of software, desktop Linux software, is heavily dependent on X Windows system. But Wayland is the future. So especially when we're going now into the embedded realm, then the board manufacturers or the chip manufacturers don't even support X Windows system for their newest chips, for their newest microprocessors anymore. But they support Wayland, of course. So TLDR is, if you're going with a hobby project for right now, you just want to test some stuff, then X Windows system is fine. It works good with Raspberry Pi OS. Raspberry Pi OS is just in the midst of changing away from X11 to Wayland. But still, as of today, it will most likely run better. But if you're planning a production device, I don't know, new coffee machine, where you have custom chips built in for it, then you will have to use Wayland, because X Windows system may even isn't supported anymore. So now we have that little background knowledge to understand now why there are custom embedders for Flutter to run those devices. Is mainly the biggest difference is that those embedders don't use GTK and GDK or X Windows system at all. GTK, especially GTK2, on which Flutter also relies, are older libraries, dependent on other old libraries, and for desktop systems, that's, as I said, still fine, even though those desktop systems are also moving away from it. But for embedded devices, we either use Wayland or even direct rendering backends. So those custom embedders allow us to have performant Flutter applications using Wayland, and they strip off a whole lot of dependencies that we don't need in that we don't want embedded devices. But long talk, what can we learn for this? If we have to choose now for our hobby project, just trying things out, just getting it running, our choice falls on just going with Flutter, with the embedder that's built in for Linux. It will work just fine because we can just run a Raspberry Pi with Raspberry Pi OS. That's a desktop-like environment. We can even boot that up kiosk mode as well, so nobody sees that desktop environment around it. Yeah, but if we plan to go on bigger scale Flutter applications, let's get back to the coffee machine example. If we're building the newest, best coffee machine there is with a touchscreen and use Flutter, then we have to go with one of those custom embedders because we want to go down on spec as far as we can because we have big numbers. We want to drive cheap prices. Furthermore, we will not use an old microprocessor to get the newest coffee machine going. So that new CPU won't even be... it won't be possible to run something else in Wayland or direct rendering on it. So we have to use one of those custom embedders. So now that we know a little bit more about the backgrounds and the status of embedded Flutter, we can talk about the software implementation. And first, we want to use the display and touchscreen to show our UI and to get all of that running. We don't have that much to do. Luckily, we can just use Raspberry Pi OS, and the display will be plug and play as well as the touch functionality. Everything will just work. And to do that, we can even use tools like open source tools like the ones I mentioned we're building with Snap Embedded. And namely, we can even use Snap CLI, which is a Dart command line tool, where we can start the whole setup of our Raspberry Pi from our normal desktop machine, like from the laptop I'm normally working on, from my MacBook, where I'm normally doing my Flutter development. I can just install a Dart package and use it to set up the Raspberry Pi that's in the same network running Raspberry Pi OS to get everything up and running. Can even start remote debugging with it. So links and resources will follow in the end of the presentation. But to get touch and display running and everything, we're already set. The next big thing, therefore, is of course the sensor. Like, how can we connect the CO2 sensor, which is a critical part for a air quality meter, with our Raspberry Pi? And there, we have several options. We want to connect the CO2 sensor that's going through I2C on the Raspberry Pi on its GPIO pins with the Raspberry Pi and with our Flutter application. So, of course, we could write a direct Dart implementation of the communication with the I2C interface of the Raspberry Pi. Could directly, we could use the datasheet of the sensor and really rewrite how the bits and commands, how the commands look like bitwise, and re-implement the whole interface with Dart on our own. Next, we could start up a MQTT broker. We could start that MQTT broker locally on the Raspberry Pi. There's several options to go there. There's tutorials on that. How you start that. Raspberry Pi is very often used to do that. We have Raspberry Pi OS installed as well. So all of that devices are running. And that's possible. So we would have to start a MQTT broker. Then, for example, use the Python library, the example library that's already there. Connect it, send it over the MQTT broker and subscribe from the Flutter UI frontend to it. Next option is to, for example, write a Python backend, like start up a backend locally on the machine. So really just a RESTful API, and just have it running locally. We wouldn't even have to use Python there, but Python is just, as we already mentioned, the example library is written in Python, so it shouldn't be too much work to do it with Python as well. And the last option we have is so-called dbus. And that, again, is something new for most of the Flutter developers, I guess. So to explain a little bit what dbus is, it's a message bus system, and it's used for inter-process communication on Linux or Unix systems. The initial release was in 2006, and dbus is there to coordinate communication between processes and to help coordinate the process life cycles. So it's a daemon that is launched that overwatches, or it can be multiple daemons that are launched that watch applications that they are running, restarts them if they are not, and starts other daemons on demand, and furthermore helps us to send send data from process A to process B. So the easiest example for that is maybe you plug in a new hardware USB stick and a small notification pops up. That uses the dbus. Or you're using copy-paste. It's a service where you can send and subscribe to different channels. You can create signals and methods, and you can listen to that with a client. The good thing is, for our example, Raspberry Pi OS, the dbus is, as on most Unix systems, already running. So, in fact, there's a system and a session dbus. Session only allows to be used within the session that's currently logged in. But so we can use our dbus session, the session bus that's already running, and can just send our values from the sensor periodically, just extend the Python library that was shipped with the sensor and extend it to talk to a dbus channel and send out every, 100 milliseconds and whatever we want to send out the data. And from our Flutter UI application, we can just listen and subscribe to that data. And the good thing is that the library is already, the dbus library is already there. It's working on pub.dev. So the dbus, we have the possibility to not only speak to the CO2 sensor, as we do right now, we also have the possibility to talk to whatever processes we may want to talk about as well. May it be Rust, may it be C, may it be other applications running on there. Everything is possible. So the code we can see here, the code that we use is the code. So first of all, it's pseudocode. It's not runnable like it's written here. There are just a few things, a few lines cut out to make it easier to read. even though it's very close, and the original source code, of course, is attached to the presentation. You can check it out. It's on GitHub, and that code, of course, is runnable. So if we look now into the Python code that, on the one hand, talks or connects to the sensor with the sensor library and starts the device measurements. This one also sets everything up with the dbus, with the dbus interface that we create to publish those values then, so it can be accessed through our Flutter application. So if we look in here now, of course, we can see that we're importing a few libraries. First of all, dbus library for Python, the sensor library, and so on. And we start up, we use the syntax to start up our dbus or to connect to the session bus. We start the sensor, we start the sensor measurement, and we start a service on the dbus, which we then create a interface method where the sensor values will be published if this method gets called. So what we're exposing, what we're writing here, as you can see, is a method on the dbus that can be called by other processes, in our example, the Flutter application. And as soon as this method is called, the sensor value, the sensor will start a measurement through the device.measure function. And those measured values will be returned to whoever requested them. So on the other hand, to see how this looks from the Flutter side, or in this now small example, better said, how this looks from the Dart side, as this is a small Dart script to show how this interface that we just created can be accessed. As you can see here, it's also, we're starting a dbus client on the session bus. We're defining the remote object, and then we're calling the method sensor interface, or better said, the method get sensor value that we just created in the Python application. And yeah, we're calling that. We're giving on a dbus signature that we also had to set in the interface as well. This is just another security measure. As you can see here, AS means an array of strings that we're getting returned. And yeah, as you can see, that's already everything to connect the dbus, to connect the sensor application that we now written in Python that periodically fetches new data from the sensor, and how we get this into a Dart script, or therefore how we can get this into a Flutter application as well. If we now check out the nice UI that we built for it around it in the repository that we have attached to this talk, we have the very same code that is used to fetch the values over dbus. And we, therefore, on our Raspberry Pi, we start the Python script that, publishes the sensor interface on dbus and fetches the data from the sensor. And then we start our Flutter application that includes the Dart code that we just saw, and we'll be able to fetch the sensor data and get the air quality, so the CO2 concentration, the temperature as well as the humidity. And as we're already at the end of time, you can imagine that's it. The code can be checked out on GitHub, of course. You can follow me on Twitter if you have any questions regarding embedded Flutter, or if you're having trouble getting this project running, then please reach out to me. Thank you very much for listening, and goodbye.
Yeah, that was unusual, at least unusual and really beneficial. Like creating something using Flutter, but actually, I saw in chat this is not kind of super unique project, because someone from our audience also been using Flutter for a project with device. And now we're going to the Q&A panel session, and I have my I believe I have my speakers on the backstage. Yeah, I do. Federico.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
Hello. Hello, Ed.
hello. And Moritz, hello. Thank you for
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and well, I cannot see Rukaya, unfortunately, because it was kind of nice questions to her about her topic. So, how are you guys? Where are you now? What do you feel, Federico? You're the first words of this panel.
I feel very light. It's
Cool,
okay.
thank you. It's okay. All right, so we have lots of questions to you people. Not that much to Morris, but lots of to you, Federico. Lots of questions, lots of different opinions. Yeah, it's gonna be not that easy to hear, but like we here, like we'll solve it all, and. Let's do it, but we need to be super quick on each question, if you may. Okay, I tried to combine some questions together because they about the same thing. And yeah, let's go. The first question is: could you please tell more about difference between go and push methods? So, in nutshell, like in one sentence, probably, because
it's a good question. First of all, go you replace when you have to navigate. You have a stack of the routes. So when you use go, you replace on top of the route. Okay. But not when you have a sub route. So if you have two routes and you use go from the parent to the child, you replace the on top. Okay, push is like the Navigator 1.0, so you push on top of the on this stack the new route. But
all right,
if you
cool.
want to go in deep, I suggest you to go in the documentation.
Of course. The next one is, this question. I would go with Autoroute. GoRoute has a lot of problems. Autoroute is easier and provides a lot of functionalities. Which package is best, Go or Auto? Yeah, I just combined this, pool of questions.
Okay, it is your choice. What do you want to choose? But I know that the Autoroute has many functionalities. Some of them there aren't in GoRoute, but I can say you that GoRoute is supported by Flutter Team, for example, while Autoroute no. But the technology is your choice. In your depends on the application, your team, and other factors. So I don't know. I don't know how to tell you if go route is better than out route. For my choice, I prefer go route.
All right.
Depends on you.
All right, cool. The next question to you also, it's long and it has two screens, two parts. Okay, this first part. Does it really make sense to declare all go routes in one file? That means that when I add a new screen, I also have to add a new go route in my app router Dart with code generation and second part. Wait a second. This should be easier solved by generating corresponding go route and adding it to a general file.
Okay, I never tried to use a generator in this case. I'm honest, but when I develop, I prefer to separate what I do. For example, I have a file for routing. I have a file for localization. When you want to translate, you have the ERB or JSON, what you want file. So I prefer to keep away my UI from the routing, from what do you want. But if you want to want to put inside one file, you can do.
Thank you. And I see more and more questions coming to Moritz, so we have lots of interest here. Anyway, Moritz, maybe you have any ideas about this outer route and about this generated file or whatever, like what we'll discuss right now, or we should just go.
Sorry.
Okay. You asked me, right? Just to be sure.
Yeah, Moritz.
In the end, it's those questions get asked a lot, and in the end, you can build great apps with both. I've been in really huge projects using both. I personally enjoy using GoRouter as well, but I have to say, it took me 4 years or so or longer to really make a statement about it, because I first had to use one router option in a big project, then another router option. It just takes time, and in the end, you can build really good projects with it. In the end, you have to try both and give it a lot of time, and then you choose whatever you prefer most. I think there's no right answer. Sorry, guys. All work, all can make great apps. You can all go very bad if you do mistakes.
All right, we'll try to not. Okay, and first question to you. Will Raspberry Pi 3B work? I don't know, maybe
Easy.
In this case or whatever.
Yes, but
Easy,
no.
nice.
yes. It works, but it gets a little slow. You can run into FPS problems. Could drop. I wouldn't recommend doing it. We now have the Raspberry Pi 5 that's even stronger. Raspberry Pi 4 should be the latest to use. After that, 4, 5, good. 3, could work. Wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and then the next question is also about models. Compatibility of any model will do. Like, yeah, probably you answer that.
Yes, any model will do. It's not even Raspberry Pis. If you look up, even other hardware competitors to the Raspberry Pi will work as long as they use ARM64, which they nearly all do. Just go with a Raspberry Pi 4, really strong enough. Or if you can get your hands on it, Raspberry Pi 5, even faster, even stronger. But 10, 20 euro more, so yeah.
Yeah, and this is not a question; it's a kind of encouragement here, because I worked. No, maybe sorry, I don't remember the name who actually wrote it, but sorry, yeah. But the person say I worked on a similar project to monitor the grease temperature change on the wind turbine. We used Arduino Hive MQ and Flutter. Is this like how it sounds to you?
Good. I've just been at a Linux conference or open source conference in Brussels, huge one called FOSDEM. I didn't know about it. Then you go there, you talk to Linux and embedded people. They're like, yeah, I used Flutter in this project, and this project. And you're like, what? I never heard. Wow, there are already a lot of amazing projects out there we don't know about. We have no idea, even industrial big things. Yes. Yeah, it's great. It's cool. We have no idea.
Absolutely. Thank you. And one more question, but you already answered at the end of presentation. Where can we find the code? Could you please share in the chat links to your GitHub where people can download this code to play around in maybe the presentation and all this stuff. Coming back to, sorry?
Yeah, just yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, coming back to you, Federico.
Okay.
We are going back to our questions. If I'm using getX for ID and state management, do you recommend use GoRouter for routing over the routing mechanism in getX?
Okay. Could I answer also another question about always getX? Okay. I don't prefer getX in general. Someone wrote also in chat why, but also in general, I think that you have to choose what do you prefer, okay? And the technology have to solve a problem, your problem, okay? So if you adapt getX has dependency injection and for state management, I suggest you to use getX. Maybe in future you can migrate to GoRouter, but because when you develop, you have keep in mind that you have a client, a customer, you have to deploy, you have to develop, you have many other things that you have to keep in mind. While if you have to develop a personal application, you can use also GoRouter for as a routing mechanism. I suggest you in this case. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, just continue.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know your use case if it is a business application or your personal application. Maybe for business, in business case, I suggest you to continue with getX and maybe in future migrate if you want. Or for personal, you can evaluate to use GoRouter also in order to know another package, another mechanism, sometimes of different from getX. Okay.
All right. Thank you for answering this question. Jumping back to Moritz. Wait a second. So many questions. Wait a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Is it a good idea to read data from embedded device via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth?
Yes. It works just like you would expect from your phone. Bluetooth, out of experience, this has nothing to do with embedded Flutter, but Bluetooth in general can be a bit challenging. Bluetooth Low Energy as well. Wi-Fi, just plug and play, works. Bluetooth as well. It will work just like on the phone. But please, when you're using Linux on an embedded device, make use of that. If there's already some libraries like I showed where you can use dbus and have a ready Python library that does the Bluetooth thing, and then you just have to transfer data between the Python library and Flutter, maybe do that for the start. There's really a lot available in the Linux community open source already that you can now use. That's really cool. But yes, works.
It works. Okay. And thank you for your topic. Could we use Python Dart connection not only for Raspberry Pi? Python Dart connection.
I'm not sure if I understand this question right, because in general, yes, of course, we can use this. We can use it anywhere else as well. In this example, we're using dbus to do that. That means we need a Unix operating system where dbus can run. Yeah, we can redo this on, doesn't matter if it's Raspberry Pi or even Mac OS can do that. Dart will work there. The same package from PubDev will work there. So if that answered your question, if I understood it right, then the answer is yes.
And nice question here, right? Oh no, sorry, it's sorry about that.
No
It's
worries.
always pops here. Sorry, yeah, just I'll find the right nice one. Please, guys, on the backstage, stop mixing up with the questions. And yeah, here it is. I'm sorry about that. Did you have any other framework in mind when you started your project, and what made you ultimately choose Flutter?
No, I come from Flutter side, so I only looked at the Flutter side. I was, to my personal background, I was in embedded. I was, I already said that, embedded engineer when I started off long ago, 2016, 17. And at some point I left it because I mainly hated how all of embedded projects, I was building a drug testing device back then for a lab where you could put samples in it with a small touchscreen. I hated how everything looked. Like the mobile apps in 2016, 17, mobiles app became so much better and really nice, and UIs became good. And in the embedded world, it was still really bad. And that's due to some point to what frameworks there are available. I know now that there are also frameworks where you can do great stuff. The main competitor is Qt. But those is licensed, so you can use it free when you're doing private projects, but as soon as you're doing commercial projects, you have to pay. And if you go in the world in the industry where people are using this and need to use that, they don't like it. They're of course like, hey, Flutter is for free, like completely open source, just use this. So yeah, hope that answered the question.
Yep. Did you work with CarPlay and OBD communications with Flutter? So no, good question.
Sadly not. That's a really good question, and I haven't thought about this yet. Maybe this is a question that could be directed to the Toyota guys. Maybe they have some experience because they're developing their stuff to run in a car ultimately. I think OBD communication will be possible if you build something with dbus and some backend or some Python or Rust or whatever service and talk to it. But about the CarPlay thing, I'm not sure. That would be interesting. Sadly, I cannot give an answer to that. I'd have to try it out by myself.
All right, thank you very much. And back to Federico, and nice questions to you. Lots of questions and lack of time, but we'll try to go for it quickly. It seems like a more Go router seems like a more web approach. Is there a real advantage for mobile? Yeah.
Okay, I can replay him with also Navigator 2.0. Is more a web approach, but in order to answer better, yes, it's born in order to support better the web. For mobile, you have, in my opinion, a better separation of between widgets, logic, and routing. In this case, another thing that I prefer is that is more it's simpler than Navigator 2.0. And for example, you can today you develop a mobile application, but tomorrow you want to switch to mobile to web, for example. So your application it's already ready. So it's more simpler, I think. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Any consequences of youth path URL strategy?
Okay. Yes. I think, but I don't know. I think that in future will be deprecated this way, because Go Router will be always more declarative and less imperative how to work with this library. So, but this is my opinion. But also you can have problems with deep links. So in general, if you use context.push, you can have problem with deep links. I suggest you to watch the but I know there is a problem.
Thank you for answering. I use autorouter and generated type safe routes details which are connected to material app. Does GoRoute support generating code for that?
So, I don't know. Really, I don't know. I think I think that everything is you can generate in some way. This is my mantra. Okay, my idea. But I don't know if there is a package on PubDev that can do it. But if doesn't exist, you can create. I will be the first that I will use it.
All right. Sorry. Next question. Probably the last question too, because we're out of time for now. Let me see. Let's. Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? How about cleaner Flutter code in Dart 3? I don't see it in the agenda anymore.
Okay. The cleaner Flutter code is that you can separate your code and put inside one file, and instead of put everything inside your widget or in other part of your code. So I think that there is a better, cleaner way in order to develop application.
Thank you very much. And last question to Moritz. I'm not sure if it's a question, but it's a suggestion on or idea for the application with that reads data from every device. It's a good idea to get data from device via Bluetooth. Oh no, it wasn't. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it mixes up. Forgive me. Wait a second. It was an interesting question.
No worries.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Yeah, finally. It would be great to gather these embedded Flutter projects on a separate page to showcase them to the investor community, demonstrating that Flutter is a viable choice.
Oh crap!
What do you think about it?
Yeah, I just entered like a homepage that I think we owned and built embedded flutter.dev or .io. So I definitely own the URLs, but somehow the homepage is not online anymore. I started doing that, I don't know, half a year, 1 year ago. I also, yes, agree it was a good idea. I still think it is. But yes, somewhere along the way, apparently I lost track of it. It was too much things going on, and now the homepage isn't online anymore. I don't even know. I thought I was paying for it a few euro each month. Yes, good idea. I agree. It fell down from my side because of lack of time and focus. But we tried to do that as a open source thing where everyone could contribute. If you could maybe reach out to me, whoever had that question on LinkedIn or Twitter, if you want to maybe contribute, then we could try to get that up again. Or maybe something more GitHub related, that it's easier for anyone to contribute other nice projects. I like the idea, yes.
Great. Thank you for answering questions. Like, we are completely out of time. We took our break for this question, but more questions are here, and we are not capable to answer all of them, because right now we're moving to our panel discussion about trends. And thank you very much for answering. You can stay in this panel and discuss trends together, or you can go for your next stuff to do. I'm sure you have lots of it. And now we're moving to our panel discussion. Thank you, Moritz. Thank you, Federico.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, Ed. Thank you.
Thank you too. And we're starting our panel discussion. And I see, Federico, you are kind of gonna stay here, right? And Moritz too. Why don't we just continue the discussion and wait for more speakers to join us? I see Manuela. Manuela, hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
Nice
How are you?
all.
Where are you? How do you feel?
So I am in Berlin right now. I feel great. Very nice conference day today, and yeah, very excited
Thank you
for this
very much.
panel.
Thank you very much. Despite some issues, we're moving on. That was real nice questions. Unfortunately, Rukaya didn't join us for Q&A because lots of nice, interesting questions, especially about these, threads of using AI, about these hallucinations and everything. Because when we talk about AI and health and hallucinations, and it's kind of lots of questions. But unfortunately, she's not here, and we don't know how they address these kind of problems. But I would love to hear about that. Today we talk about Flutter trends. Let's get it started, right? First of all, I would like to say that the Flutter community seems like one of the most engaged in reactive communities of entire IT ecosystem we work with, because we have almost 30 domains, 30 technologies we work with, like different languages, programming languages, or frameworks, or whatever. But you guys are so inspiring. Thank you for that, and it shows me that this technology is growing. I see lots of enthusiastic people over here. So let's talk about trends. Who wants to be first? How does Flutter change its idea, its basics? What trends, where it goes? Who wants to be first?
Ed, could I quote Steve Ballmer?
Oh, of course.
Okay. During our presentation, Steve Ballmer, ex-CEO of Microsoft, told developers, But I can quote him with the next and the now trend on Flutter, that is AI, 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 AI. So I think that AI play an important role this year and in the future. You can see with the AI generation ARB file in localization. I read an article some days ago. You can say with the support with the TensorFlow Lite for Flutter, and AI with augmented reality, mixed reality. These topics will be important in the future. So I think AI, 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 AI.
Does it? Does it? Yeah, well, it's buzzword now, and if you're saying something about the AI, you are getting famous way better, way faster. But is it kind of today's reality or this year's reality? That's a huge question for me, because in different technologies and different frameworks, we start talking about AI, but finish always with like technical problems we are solving with our expertise, and and here we are. Okay, who's next? Moritz, Manuela?
Oh, Manuela, you let me. Okay, I just wanted to say, Manuela, go you first, but now I think I am it now. No worries. Yes, I think I agree on what Federico just said. The big buzzword right now is AI. I'm afraid, kind of, because I mean, we're all developers. We all know that. It's like, yeah, we hear it again. Yeah, AI. Yeah, we also know about AI. I think with the whole AI stuff, currently it's a hype. I think a lot more stuff will come also in Flutter. I think we're maybe overestimating what will come, but we have no idea what really will come. Like there will be some things, some possibilities that will arise. We have no idea right now. Some other things that we think, yeah, this will for sure come with AI, won't come, won't get any better. So yeah, I think it will be just super interesting. We don't really know what we're into for this year, at least for the AI part, but it will be interesting. Something cool will come out. Things will change fast, even faster.
All right, and
total,
does Flutter evaluate? Does Flutter change? Does Flutter goes forward or whatever?
yes, I think that is the case. Like, of course, more frameworks will be adapted to it. More things will arise. Other libraries, frameworks will come into place into the Flutter ecosystem. The Flutter ecosystem in total, the community, you just said it, Ed, is this is so big and so active. The community is really the best thing about it. And yeah, a lot will come up there. The cool part is we have no idea what will happen. Yeah, a lot of course with Gemini, Google pushing that now with the SDKs available. But I think apart from the whole AI thing where we don't know where it's going, also iOS, Android will mature and Flutter. I think this is also we must not forget that we're still mostly small companies are using Flutter. Not that many big companies are using Flutter. I think this is more of an interesting thing where we're going. Big companies that now have different needs for Flutter. It will change. The developer community will change. And of course, web. Like web SEO was the whole direction Flutter is taking with web is also huge, and yeah, a lot. It's just that's not one topic. It's the desktop also. Yeah.
All right, thank you for this inspiration to this stream. Manuela, what changed in Flutter, or what changed in Flutter from your side, from your feelings? What do you think about that?
I mean, for sure, as the other two mentioned, AI is currently very big. We talked about this. I think what's also gonna be interesting is how we as developer will work together with AI. So what kind of tools we are using, and yeah, that's interesting. But what I also think is going in an interesting direction is Flutter Flow, for instance. So those low code to no code solutions, how will they change our job in the future? Because that will be definitely a big part. So I'm working now in an agency, and you know, there are a lot of startups that want apps quite fast, and maybe something like that helps us to have a great MVP, and those things are probably getting more popular, and it's on us as a community how we are working together with such tools. Other than that, what I think is I heard that Headspace is currently migrating to Flutter. So maybe there will be an increase of bigger companies switching to Flutter. So Moritz was just mentioning, yes, a lot of small startups are using Flutter, but the bigger companies paving the way, maybe migrating native apps to Flutter will be also like a big topic, how to do it the best way. What kind of, yeah, how can we do it the most quick and painless ways? And the interesting part about our community is, I think I saw that we were around 6 million Flutter developers. I hope I have the right number. So basically, I think that the communities have also like subgroups, and in those subgroups, like different topics are gonna be more interesting. So for instance, there's like people who are very focused on games, then there are people who are very focused on migrating apps, or people like Moritz who are very focused on embedded, right? So I think there are like subgroups and sub-trends in those communities, or in our big community. And I think that's one of the interesting parts of being in this Flutter community.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this overview. And chat is incredibly active today. And here is an interesting question here, people. Are they gonna kill us all as professionals, or what? What happens actually? Deutsche Telekom has launched app-free AI smartphone. How is it gonna affect us? I can't imagine how it's gonna affect, but okay, Flutter specialized, let's talk. Because, well, is it possible future app-free era or whatever? No, this idea, Moritz doesn't like it. Federico doesn't smile too. No. But yeah, is it fiction, or what do you think, Federico?
I don't know. It's difficult to know today, but maybe in future it could be possible. So the problem, as said previously, is that AI is an instrument. How to use this instrument? We don't know. We developer, we have to imagine, have a big idea how to use this instrument that humanity create. So and the idea, the human ideas, there are no limits. So tomorrow maybe someone invented. We will invent something with the AI that can change the world. But today, AI, I think it is only an instrument, needs ideas.
All right. And additionally, even more pain. I can tell you that 5 to 10 years from now, nobody from us will use apps anymore, said CEO Tim Hodges in a keynote presentation at the MWC Tech conference in Barcelona. So people are trying to like hint that will no app future. Manuela, I think you had enough time to think about it. Could you please share your thoughts about no app?
I mean, to be honest, I'm no god, so I don't know how to look into the future. But I mean, of course, it is a possibility, right? But it's also a possibility that it will rain in an hour. Like it's very difficult to say if it's gonna be happening or not. But I mean, if it is going to be happening, that's also great, because at that point in 5 to 10 years, I hope the people who are currently watching and here with us in the Flutter community, I hope that everyone has found their place in that new set of work environment, right? Because Flutter is a tool, and the developer needs to be able to work with different kind of tools. And if you look realistically, I hope that we're gonna work for a long, long time with Flutter, but at some point there will be probably something new. Like that's what the history of development told us until now. And so yes, it could be. And maybe we're gonna, I don't know, if there are no apps, I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe we're gonna work on those phones that have no apps, or work on that AI. I don't know. But yeah.
All right. Well, in 10 years, I'm going to be like 51 and almost 52. So I'm not sure if I will be caring about apps or whatever. Maybe I'll go to barista, or I don't know, chief of a restaurant or whatever. This stuff I like too, as well as engineering. Yeah. Nice point here. People still need to interact with the UI. AI can help or replace partially business logic, but apps are the interaction layer between humans and electronics. Nice point here. Yeah, actually, and maybe some thoughts on that you could share, Federico, here, or we could go to the next one, or
Okay,
anyone.
Okay, I think the one challenge is the new UIs, because we are starting with phone with buttons, then touch screen, and then more natural interaction with the UI. For example, the Apple Vision is the last one. Okay, so you can for human being is more simpler to touch with the gesture. Okay, than to touch, for example, a phone or other instrument. My grandmother is more work better with this instrument than with the phone, for example, because it's more intuitive. So Flutter have to face from side to the new UI, new interaction, and this is important things that it keeps in mind. Then, but to the other side, the AI can help also to replace partial business logic, but also improve this UI. I don't know. It's a new word.
Absolutely. A nice point coming from the chat. I wouldn't trust AI smartphone. All right. I'm not sure either. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Right. Any thoughts, guys? I'll check the chat, and please do share what you think about this future.
I think this whole AI trust is a big thing also for politics now. Like in the EU, that happens a lot in the EU, like with the data privacy. Initially, they had a good idea, like we need to make some rules about data privacy in the internet. Now, in the end, we have those cookie banners everywhere. We all hate it. It's terrible. The big companies still collect data about us anyway. And for all the small ones, it's just a pain. So I hope that something comes there. A lot of times, especially the EU has good ideas. How it goes out in the end is something different. But I think definitely in this region, we need something. We need rules. How this all can work, especially with trust. I mean, the same way we need rules with the big companies like Meta, Amazon, Google. We also a lot of people also have trust issues with those companies, and I think you should at least be very suspicious about what they do, why they need your data, and with this whole AI black box modeling, this just becomes increasingly difficult. We will need some rules, and some things will go wrong there. I also wouldn't trust it, but I think like a lot of trends that are coming, I'm not sure if they will really go through. Like in the automotive industry, we see it a lot. Like a lot of new cars, when we sit in there, we drive and we want to do something in there. They're so terrible to use. We have a touch screen there. We don't have buttons anymore, and everyone is just like, "Why did you do that? It was so good to just have a button to make the heating up or down." And now I'm sitting in a car where it's dark and I can't even find where I need to touch to do that. So I think maybe with the AI, we just throw this buzzword on it. I think we will also get a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense, and big companies will build with AI because it's possible. It doesn't necessarily need to be good. There will be also some good things. I don't know, new interactions. And the cool thing about innovation is that we have no idea what it will be. No idea. It wouldn't be innovation if we could foresee what it would be. That's the interesting thing about our job. We can think about it. All the assumptions we're going to make, they're all wrong. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I can't foresee AI replacing us anytime soon, says I believe Hans Cox. Yes, thank you for this comment. Yeah, me either. Let me take 1 minute of your time saying about our labs and what we see in our research now. For now, we have 1,235 AI apps that claims to be an app for software development. Again, 1,235. Like what we do, we go to every website, read it, trying to test these apps, trying to figure out, is it real, like for software development? Is it real AI or whatever? So not more than 25% are like passing this test, but still it's hundreds, right? So I believe like the future is quite bright and even brighter for software developers, believe me, because you will need to know these tools. You will need how to manage all this. I don't think we have like super framework or whatever coming up, even close to us. I mean, even close, because two things I hear from maybe it's 10th panel of where we discuss the AI. Two main problems we have is inaccuracy and lack of context. Actually, these two core problems are holding the progress of tools for software development. I mean, smart tools or AI real intellectual one, because models still hallucinate, and they don't even do correct math every time. Like 2 + 2 not equals 4 if you ask like 10 times or whatever, like not literally, but still. And so and lack of context, like most of models are too common, too broad. They don't understand what exactly I think, what I mean. So these two common problems is to be solved, and it's not so easy, I believe. So what we need now actually is to follow tools, to follow approaches, to follow models, to not because we need to use them today, people, not because they are not ready, but to adjust our minds, to widen our vision, to accept, because once again, developers community is the most skeptical community about AI I know. But because like we know how it works, right? But still, we need to shift our paradigm to. So we need to keep like our hands on the pulse, and nothing like threats us, and it won't replace us. Absolutely.
And that's
So
actually
yeah,
quite
Manuela.
interesting thing. If you think of especially beginners working with code and they relying too heavily on some AI tool. Sometimes the code looks for someone very like logical. Yeah, that's how it should be, but it doesn't actually do what it needs to do. And a lot of beginner developers, if they rely too heavily on such AI tools, they won't learn how to code, or like they will like rely too heavily on the AI. And that's one danger that I see with all those tools. So if any beginner is watching, maybe do not use GitHub Copilot for everything, or ChatGPT, and code from scratch, and really try to learn how to code by yourself, because still those tools are not as Ed said, perfect and know everything. And the danger is that sometimes the code looks like logical and it looks okay and it doesn't do what you wanted it to do.
Can I maybe add on this, Manuela, if it's okay? It's like, as a senior, I guess that's what you're referring to. You review the code from some junior, you look into it, and you're like 2 seconds in, he didn't write that. That's Copilot, that's generated. This person doesn't know how to write that code. You know it, you know how it works, you see it, you're like, nah. And then you look into it and you can start asking questions. And problem is if you don't understand it. I had it in the past as well. I guess you as well. Debugging this stuff, you get errors that are so hard to find. We had one app where the generated code by Copilot, and I don't know, it was something that should be displayed, and in the SVG or something in the asset, it changed green with yellow. And we searched for that bug for weeks. I don't know. It said we had an enum, and it said if enum green, then use svg asset _ yellow. And it was so hard for us to find it. That was in a huge generated code. Nobody ever looked into that. And you're like, in the code and everything, logic is fine. This is fine. Assets are there. Why is this wrong? You have errors like this. Plus, you have people where you look at the code and you're like, yeah, you didn't write that. You don't understand what that does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then I don't know you, Moritz and Manuela, but when maybe for joke, some colleague tell me AI will replace you, I answer always, the customer doesn't have any clear idea what he wants. So how can the AI give you the correct answer if you don't give it the right question? So developers never will be replaced.
It's not only about engineering knowledge, it's about soft skills too. And nice angle. Look, personally, I'd love to have my own AI model hosted on my own private server that knows about my calendar, my documents, my connection. I think the general AI isn't really as useful. That's probably interesting, compromise between like, that God general AI will replace us and will do everything, and another part saying no, I'll do coding like forever. The middle is probably here. Personal AI models, like it's continuation of myself, right? So it knows how would I solve this problem. He knows me. He wants to act as my, I don't know, child or I don't know, trainee or whatever. So maybe it's the way. Thank you for this visionary for that. What do you think about this personal AIs?
Iron Man, basically, like Iron Man style, like in the movie, with this model that he's talking to every time. I hope you watch the movie. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's. I think we all think and dream about that. That would be really cool. I have doubts how this works without any of your data getting out of the out into the open internet. That's going to be tough because a privately hosted LLM. Yeah, they are coming. There are more and more coming. It's not my main field of expertise, but I read about more and more coming in that direction. I think interesting, but at the same time, I don't think if we're so close to a generic AI, like basically what we have right now, what all of those AIs are, they help us make something useful out of the enormous data we already have. It's just some tool that helps us data that is already there to reuse data in the internet that's openly accessible. I don't know if it's really like a general AI, and I don't know if in the private context that would help that much, because you just have such a small data set where you can, all that we use is just that we can bundle what is in the internet out there and use it through what we call AI now. But in the small private thing, I don't know if that's even worth it. And then,
I think it can assume what decisions would you especially make in this situation, knowing like something about you, probably.
Would be cool.
Yeah, would be cool. You're right. I can imagine that AI can build UI that convenient for a specific person on the fly, even though just imagine how to maintain the functionality. Yeah, that's another question to this AI future, right? So yeah, it can build something probably one day, but who will maintain it? And should you always create new like app for like any new version, so it's kind of one time app, or how it's supposed to work, right?
And also one important question is like my topic for this conference is also about accessibility. How does the AI handle that, for instance, with screen readers and everything? And it's a little bit more intricate, I think, to make an app fully accessible for users. And where does the AI, like, how does the AI like do that? Then like that's going to be also an interesting question. So I don't think that it will happen today or tomorrow. But yeah, who knows what the future brings.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to read the chat, and it's very interesting thoughts over there. By the way, on these panels, when I ask, okay, guys, you who are in this panel discussion, do you use AI tools in your software development? Usually, you know what I hear? Well, yes, I use ChatGPT to write my texts. I ask about some functions, and that's it. So we're not even like stepping in there yet. But you know, we research these tools, and some tools are real nice, like something like you can use not worse, but they say even better than GitHub Copilot. You can use on premise on your server on your computer, like even better. Some projects, so they provide this even open source solutions for the code after completion, code generation, code refactoring. There are some nice stuff, but still it's just helpers. It's just tools you should know, probably. Maybe you will use it more and more day to day, but it's still helpers. Yeah. And yeah, nice questions here too. What are your thoughts on Kotlin multi-platform, which can utilize CCAP. I'm not sure what it's about, guys. Someone?
Skia, the rendering. Yeah.
Skia.
Yeah, like the whole Kotlin multi-platform. I at least looked a little bit into it. It uses a different approach. It has been some time. I don't have it fully in my head right now anymore. Again, interesting. Small community around there, smaller, way smaller than Flutter right now. I hear from some people who are also a little bit in the Flutter community, like the Kotlin community is close very often. And some of the people there are doing stuff there. And I also heard about some big projects, big companies in Germany that are already trying what they can do with Kotlin multi-platform. It's again, yeah, that answer is like, if you have a team, I don't know, of 20 React developers, React Native developers, then if you try to build a Flutter app, that won't go so well. But if you try to build a React app with them, they will do really good. If you have a lot of Kotlin developers sitting around, yeah, maybe you should try Kotlin multi-platform to get your cross-platform apps. Yeah, but it's small. I don't know. I don't know about the future of it. I find it interesting, but we have to see if this becomes something serious or not.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional ideas here? Or next question?
I think that is a good alternative to Flutter, like React Native. But Google developed many projects, okay? But what is the project where it are using now? For example, Google Pay is developed with Flutter, not with Kotlin multi-platform. So Google are going on that road. So it is using Flutter now, and I, as a developer, but maybe as a manager, I prefer use something that the company are using now and supporting more than other platforms. Then I don't want to say that Kotlin multi-platform is useless, but if many developers use Flutter, I can have much help than Kotlin multi-platform if there is an issue. The technology works in this way. I think.
All right. And nice question. Nobody even touched it. What about VR, AR, and mixed reality? Is it something new tools, new libraries, new something in Flutter to deal with it coming up?
I mean, I know a lot about it, but with Apple, they released this Apple Vision, right? So I think there will be maybe some people who are playing around with it. But this is my take on this. But for instance, for me, it was like a big thing back when I saw those foldable devices, and I was like, "Oh, foldable devices! I'm sure like a lot of people will buy it, like for sure, like parents or something, because it's kind of like nice." But like in the end, it didn't really like pick that much up. So I don't know. Maybe it will be like something where we will heavily like work on, or maybe not. Moritz, you also wanted to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Manuela. Yeah, I agree completely with the foldables. That turned out really bad. Like also the support from the software side, and it's just. But I think still a few foldables are coming out now and then. It's weird. With Apple Vision, I totally agree with you, Manuela. Let's see what will come up there, and if it will be adopted that much. Also, I see the discussions online, like, yeah, React Native also has already supports that. Yeah, of course, that's the difference between Flutter and React Native. Like in this very how they work with React Native, you have a native correspondence for everything, and for this Vision OS, you now have all of those. You create the elements and everything there in React Native. You have the counterpart in React Native, whereas Flutter renders in there, brings its own rendering engine, and of course React Native already is there, Flutter is not, and it would, I don't know how technically it would be possible for Flutter to go there, but I guess it would be quite a lot of work. If we could, of course, also do like use the build native things, link them with Flutter widgets, and follow the way like React Native is working, but that doesn't really make sense with Flutter, I guess. So for now, I think Flutter isn't really making that much sense for Vision OS, if I'm honest. Just the way it works, what makes it so good on other platforms. And if it becomes more mature and we need to go there, then of course it will develop in that direction and we will go there. But for right now, yeah, I don't know.
Thank you very much for your opinion. And probably the last question of this panel discussion is, how can we leverage AI to improve our workflow with Flutter, apart from ARB files?
Yeah, ARB files. And except from that, I don't know any right now. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Copilot in general is helping every language.
Maybe also some CI/CD scripts, I think, also.
Yes. That makes it way easier. With the scripting is so much better with Copilot. Yes. Besides from that, I don't know, Manuela, have you worked with Flutterflow recently? Do you know if they have something for AI?
I haven't worked with it, but I know that they have integrated AI now, as far as I saw, but I haven't used it yet. I have to look into it. But I think it might be something interesting for like agencies that have to like work quite fast and have to like make an MVP for their customers. So I think that might be interesting. But then also I would like to see how the code looks. How can you maintain it? So that's the other part of the story. So and that's exactly the part of how are we gonna work with AI tools and how can we make them fit to us. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and Federico, maybe your ideas here.
I think that everything that when you create a new Flutter project, for example, you have to do always some things copy and paste, or to and adjust what you want. For example, I don't know, for example, Firebase connection or state management or localization, routing. Okay. I think that AI can help this first structure of the project and create for you all these parts that are same in all projects. I think in this scenario, I think that AI can be very useful.
Trying to see what's going on in chat here. Yeah, thank you for your answers. It was a hot discussion. Like I really loved it. Talking to you guys, talking to your audience. Brilliant. We decided to give like 5 tickets today to our audience for tomorrow's day, to those people who are active in chat and helping this discussion stay live. Thank you very much, because usually we do less, right? but or you are so so inspiring, guys. Thank you very much for your time, for your contribution, your energy, your vision, your expertise here. Right now, we're going for the small break. Once again, if you want to join our research labs on AI tools, ping me in any um, way you like, you want. By the way, it's a nice idea to connect speakers of this conference. Just go on our website of this conference and find the socials of our speakers, connect them, follow them, or if not connect, right? Because we at Geekle gather real innovators, real people who not just who just go to some conferences and talk, but we really care about real life experience, hands-on experience with engineering. So thank you very much again. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, absolutely. So now it's 10 or 15 minutes break, and then we start with the next speaker who talk about theming and design systems, the definitive guide. I think it should be something beneficial. Thank you very much again. Have a nice day, evening, or night, whatever you have. And it's all for now. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our second block of the first day for the Flutter Global Summit 2024. And we're excited to start it with our first speaker for this block with Gabriel. Hi, Gabriel. How are you doing today?
Hi there. Doing good, and you?
Doing great. Also enjoying the first block of presentations and also the panel discussion. So I guess without any further ado, we can start with your presentation, and we're excited to listen once again about the very important topic of design systems. Because there are lots of different views on that, so probably the definitive guide would be a very well suitable for this first day for those who maybe just started their journey with Flutter. So the floor is yours, and let me help you to pull up your presentation. So, and I guess we can start. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. So, hi everyone. My name is Gabriel. I'm a Flutter software engineer, but I also work with Vue.js and Ruby on Rails. I'm always looking for a new challenge. I'm an open source contributor. I have contributed to Injectable, Dio. We have two libraries already developed, Flutter FarmX and Theme Expert. I'm a software engineer since 2021. And also I have two production apps released, Revelo Go and Revelo Jobs, together with my company, Revelo Talent Corp. Revelo Talent Corp is a company that helps US businesses to find talented devs in Latin America. So today I'm excited to guide you through the main design system concepts. Then I'll tell you why we decided to create a library for that. And in the end, we'll see how it works, how this library works. We're going to cover some basic topics first, and then I'm going to present to you the library that we made to make it easier for everyone. And I hope it works for you as well. So first of all, what is a design system? What are they? To kick things off, this fundamental is really important. In essence, a design system is a comprehensive collection of design principles, guidelines, and reusable components that will form the foundation of your application's UI. In other words, it's like the DNA of your app's visual identity. What do you mean by that? A great example of a design system is material design, for example, Google's design system. It follows the principles of accessibility and adaptive design, including in-depth UI, UX guidance, and UI component implementations for both developers and designers. Here you can see, and also if you have already worked with Flutter, these are the most common components that we use in our apps. As a real-life example, here's how Revelo's design system, Everest, looks like. You can see we have several components and also our color and typography tokens here. So if you see, you can see my mouse, but it's okay. You can see that we have tokens there and also the typography and also several components for our UIs. These work for both the web and mobile app applications. But why? Why should you use a design system? Well, a well-structured design system streamlines the design and development processes. This ensures consistency, coherence, and also the brand identity throughout your company's application. So that's pretty good. It gives us a lot of speed, and also it allows us to focus on what's important. Ultimately, material and other design systems will allow developers to focus on the most important problem that they should be solving, which is generating value for their businesses as fast as possible. Now that we understand what a design system is, let's dive deeper into one of its key building blocks, tokens. Does anybody know what design tokens are? Anybody has an idea? The design tokens, they are the building blocks of a design system. It's atomic units. They represent the smallest indivisible properties of your app's design, like colors, typography, spacing, and more. Color tokens, they will define your color palette. For instance, you might have a primary, secondary, and accent colors that maintain consistency across your UI. This will help you give highlights to certain elements and not highlight some other elements. Here's an example of the basic color tokens in Revelo's design system, where you have specific tones for a teal color. These tones are used in specific ways to, like I said, highlight or to remove focus from a specific element in the UI. So we're talking about good practices as well. So if we didn't, this wouldn't be a definitive guide. Always when handling tokens or static stuff, we have a good practice here that we always use a class specific for that. Like Hello Colors, this one here. This is a class that we use in our production apps, and it helps us a lot when importing different colors. Imagine if you had to check the hex value for each color to know what color that is. So yeah, that would be a lot harder to update a color if you had to look everywhere in your code for a specific hex. Centralizing tokens makes it easier in a rebranding as well, because it avoids typing errors when using custom colors. Typography tokens, on the other hand, they will set fonts, sizes, and styles for your text elements. These ensure that across your apps, you have a consistent, visually appealing pattern for texts. Here we have the same font, Works Sans, with different sizes and weights. As you can see, this will help give highlights to specific texts, or maybe a title or a body text, for example. Again, the recommended approach here is to have a separate class to handle your typography. Take a look here. We have the base font Works Sans, and we can use it according to our design definitions with height, weight, size, and distribution. This is an actual also production class that we have in our apps at Revelo. Okay, so this was quick, was supposed to be so. Now that we've covered the basics of design systems and its tokens, let's talk about another critical aspect of design systems, components. So what are components? Components are the reusable building blocks that make up your app's interface. They're the widgets, buttons, cars, and other UI elements that users interact with. At the end of the day, they help us make screen fast and consistently with a unified look. Here's a real-life example of a component in our design system. This is EV button. Here we have a button with three main variants: a filled button, an outline button, and a text button, all of them in a single component. So we have this component, and with a single property, we can change how it looks, how it feels, but the other properties are the same, which helps a lot when we're coding. I thought it would be interesting to bring you an example of materials buttons as well. So here you can see that almost the same use cases for buttons are used by material, with filled, outline, and text buttons. There's a pretty good resemblance there, right? So having your own design system does not mean that you have to reinvent the wheel. You just have these tiny little changes that you need for your UI or for your company's needs, and then you define your own design system with these components. Here, for example, are the same component. These are all text inputs, but they have different configurations for having an action icon or the optional element right there. This helps us a lot because we have to deal with only one text input component, and then we can give it properties so that it can display and do whatever we need it to do. All in all, design systems, they will help us achieve design consistency and be able to develop new features faster. Depending on the screen, you can have one developer develop a screen in a day or the whole UI in a day with the logic. In an ideal world, actually, designers wouldn't have to spend a lot of time making high-fidelity screens. Instead, if you have a consistent design system, wireframes should be enough for devs to produce high-quality results. So now let's talk about Flutter and design systems. Can you have a design system in a Flutter app? Is it easy to have it? You probably already use one, and maybe you didn't notice. Flutter will use material by default. We all know that there's also the Cupertino widgets. They work kind of like a design system, but always when we use Flutter create, for example, we get this chunk of code. So we have a material app, which implies that it's using the material design. And then we'll have, of course, the property for theme, a theme data, where you can set up a color scheme. We can use material 3 or not. And yeah, so it does. The material library will provide, with Flutter, will provide developers all components they might need to make a beautiful app. So it's really useful. Okay, but in the real world, not every design team or company will follow material design entirely. There are some minor changes that you need to make, or some screens that need specific components and not the ones that are provided by material. So how does material handle this kind of customization? How can you do it? As you can see, and this is the material class, I thought it would be interesting to bring it to you because, wait for it, there will be a point I'll be making here. Material gives us a lot of different themes to work with, which is pretty good. We have a normal theme and a dark theme, both of them with their high contrast variance. That's also good. Each of these themes has a theme data class, which we'll cover now. The theme data class is kind of big. As you can see, it receives several specific themes for specific components from material. So each kind of component will probably have its own theme and its own theme class. Notice that we have that. And if we want to customize a button, for example, we can use the button theme data class for that. This is the button theme data class, for example. It has the specific properties that we can change in a button for material. So we have the text theme, we have the disabled color, the button color, the shape, and so on. It's important to notice that any changes you make to this class might affect your whole app. So where does it start and where does it end? Material is excellent if you follow it by the book. However, it's also pretty complex, and at least for me, it's hard to know where the changes that I make will have impact. When you have a pretty complex app, it gets harder and harder and harder to know that. Also, if we come back here, you can see that for each theme, we have specific properties, and the level of knowledge you need to have on the specific material app or material themes is a lot higher than the average Flutter dev or the beginner dev has. So, if material is so powerful, when does it stop being the best solution? Like, material is ideal if you want to you just type Flutter create and create an app, and it's going to be beautiful, it's going to be useful. So, well, how come? Can anyone think about it? If you start to think about it, then the issues will start happening when you need a new attribute in a component. For example, oh, I need this button to do another action, or I need this button to have a secondary color because my state changes, and then I'll have to handle with the whole theme to do that. Or when you can't find which attribute to change, that's really hard as well because even though material is clear about which properties you're going to use or which properties you need, sometimes it's not clear which color you're going to use there to have the impact that you need in your UI. Or also, if you need something very customized, that tends to happen in most big companies, or maybe some niche apps that need a very specific UI to work. This is normal though. This happens with most out-of-the-box solutions that we have. For example, Windows has its limitations. Mac has its limitations. So there's no one-fits-all solution for this. In Revelo, for example, we had this kind of problem. We don't only have a primary color, we also have a secondary color, which was important for our UI. We had two types of clients in the same application, and each of them had a different kind of interface, or we had to give different highlights to different components in our app. Guess what? We can't set a secondary color in theme data. We also have the specific shades of colors that are used in our design system, and this makes the usage of material pretty hard. As you can see, we can set a color scheme or a color scheme seed, but we cannot set like, okay, if this button should have a lower highlight, or then it should use this color. If we use the color scheme, for example, we can do that because it's going to be defined automatically or automagically, like I said, by material when we use this kind of property. So how would you solve this problem of using both the primary and secondary colors in your app? We thought about it a lot in Revelo, and that was a huge challenge for us because we've also been through rebrandings and everything. So we gave it some thought, a lot of thought. And the first idea that came to mind was this. So if we have two colors, two kind of main colors, we have the primary color and the secondary color, we should just get the material app, get the theme data, and then just implement for the two of them, each one with the one specific color. But you can imagine that making a complex design with material app and theme data for one color is already pretty hard. Imagine double the effort, and imagine giving maintenance to that app. Imagine if you have to do a rebranding. That's going to be chaos, and we lose knowledge over time. People come, people go. So we thought that was not the best solution for us. So we kind of came up with our own way to do theming, and that's what I'm excited to show you, and I hope it really helps you in your challenges ahead. Meet Theme Expert. Theme Expert is a library that we made that has a series of characteristics that we've thought were missing in the community, and we want to bring you here so that you can try it out. It was built to be fully customizable and flexible to fit everyone's need. We know already that if you have a very specific thing or need for customization, Material App is not going to be enough. The material themes, they're not going to help you a lot without a lot of work. So that's why we're focused on making it simple and making it flexible, very flexible. For example, here's a screen that's made possible by Theme Expert, and it's pretty easy to implement. You're going to see. Here we have an app theme. That's the main theme for the application. And here we have a secondary theme, which has another primary color or another surface color. We focused on making changes to your app's look and feel pretty easy. I'm sorry if as easy as pie doesn't translate as well here, but well, it should be as easy as eating a pie. And also, it should not depend on any components. For example, for material, we have the buttons, the widgets already done there. Our library or Theme Expert should not depend on a specific component, because that's what makes it hard with material, and we didn't want to replicate that. So also, we focused on simplicity, and you can set it up in 4 pretty simple steps that we're going to cover right now. The first one is to create an app theme class. Don't worry, I'm going to show you some code. We're not just going to do a live coding here because it's pretty hard remotely, but I'm going to show you some code on how to do that. This app theme class would look something like this. We would have a base theme that's a property from the library that just works so that we can inject themes in our tree. So we have an app theme, and there we are going to put our tokens. As you know, we have the color tokens, we have the typography tokens, but the tokens are like the name of the color. They don't express the function of this color, or if that's a primary color. or if that's a surface color, if that's a featured color. So that's where the themes also help a lot when we need to implement a design system in our app. Most designers will focus on what the color is for, what's the function of that color, instead of, okay, this color is the red one, or this color is the teal one. Then we can add Tmax configuration, which is a very specific widget focused on the whole inherited widget and performance of Flutter. This way we can inject the theme in our app and have access to every property it has throughout R3. So everything that's below that in R3 is gonna be available for us to use. There we go. You can see it already has a dark mode in there. And if we have time, I'm going to show you a little bit of code so that I can show you how it's done, how the magic is done. But that's it. We have a Tmax configuration right on the top of the app. That's because we want it to be available throughout the whole app. If we want the widget, the theme expert to be available only in a small section, we can just envelop that small section with Tmax configuration, and the rest we use whatever you set up before. So that's the focus on simplicity, and that's what allows us to be very specific on where we're going to use determined theme. Then we should wrap our widgets with our Tmax wrapper. That's just a wrapper that will serve us the utility of injecting the theme in the context. So there you go. As you can see, we have an app theme that's linked to the context that we're building, and that's it. Then through the context, we can access the properties of app theme. Then we can just apply the tokens to our UI. As you can see here, I've made a small comfort method there, the theme of context. It's in the class that we have developed in app theme, and it serves as a getter for app theme dot of context. Okay, so it should be pretty easy to implement. And there you can see we have a token, we have a surface color, we have our typography token, TX body, for example, and it should be pretty easy to do. If you want to see how it works in detail, we have a repository with several tags set up there for you, where you can see how it evolved. The final result is going to be the app on your left, and you can see that there's a Figma link where you can get the design and the specifications for everything that's going to be done there in the repository. And also, as you can see here, we have a dark mode and also a future rebranding. So you can see that we changed the whole color scheme of the app without a lot of work. So just changing a couple of lines. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. If you ever need anything, please feel free to contact me. I'm going to be here also to answer any questions you have later on. And yeah, hope you enjoyed it. You're muted, bro. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for sharing this. So everyone, if you have any questions, please put them down below in the chat, and we will make sure to ask them during the Q&A session. Gabriel, thanks once again, and we'll ping you when we start the Q&A.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Alrighty, so we are about to start our next presentation, and our next speaker will be Fabian, and the topic will be Firebase dynamic links. So the end of Firebase dynamic links era. What's next? So we are welcoming Fabian with us. Hi, Fabian. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you too. How's it going?
Yeah, so we are ready to hear what's next, and what would be the next easiest solution, I would say, for those who are uh, get used to using Firebase and Google Firestore. So what's next? We're excited to hear what's
Yeah,
the solution for everyone.
I know that the title or the title is a little clickbait, but the idea is explain how to um implement the dynamic links, or in this case, the deep links, manually or with implementation without use any tier packages in this case.
Okay, so yeah, I'm ready to share your screen, your presentation, if you are
Yeah,
ready.
sure. I thought that start 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah, we started we're starting a little bit earlier. So if you're okay with this, and if we can start now, so
Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Uh, it's okay. With the
yeah.
okay, nice.
So yeah. So and since you have extra 5 minutes, if you want to share a little bit more, if you are
Yeah,
going to be doing a demo or something like that, so you have extra time, so you're welcome to use those extra 5 minutes if those would be of a good use for you. Thank you once
yeah.
again.
Sure. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm going to talk about dynamic links. What happens with this package? Obviously, I you can see that what's next. It's a little clickbait, but I'm going to explain what is happening with this library or this package that helps with deep links in our applications. Okay, so let me introduce who am I? Maybe some people don't recognize me, or maybe not. I'm Fabian Varela. Actually, I am a senior Flutter developer. Currently, I am working with Very Good Ventures since January. So in this case, when applied to this session, I didn't set the company because at that moment I worked as a freelancer. Currently, I am working with Very Good Ventures, and I am happy with this with this job. So what else? I am a organizer in the community in Flutter Bogota. Before to become Flutter Bogota was Flutter Colombia. Maybe the people recognize by the community. What else? This is my my Twitter, my GitHub. You can follow any posts or the repositories that upload and show some examples implementing Flutter or maybe .NET or Android. Currently, I am working with Flutter. This is the reason that I that I am working with in Very Good Ventures. Okay, let me introduce what are the deep links. Maybe you can know what is the deep links, but in this case, deep links are links, obviously, that are sent directly to users open an app instead of a store or web if the app is not installed, obviously. These links can send a specific content to set easy access to the user and show a specific screen or page in a quickly way. In this case, is similar to a shortcut or direct access to redirect in a specific screen. All right. Okay, this is a diagram that I have created. Why are deep links is very important in our applications. If you can see, where is the mouse? If you can see, this is a flow showing the importance in the deep links in this case. If you can see, this is an scenario. The user tap a banner, add or a link from the email or SMS or any other source, and you can see if the app is installed or if the app have deep link in first instance. If exists a deep link, in this case, show this flow that in this case is the app installed. If the app is not installed, redirect to the store, maybe could be App Store, Google Play, and redirect after that install, go to the target screen. If the app is installed, go to the target screen immediately, and it's not necessary pass for the store in this case. But in the bad scenario or the bad UX is go to the website. After that, to the website, redirect to App Store, Google Play, and after that you can start the application in the main screen, and after that you can go to the target screen. So in this case, the steps has more steps to go to the target screen. So this is a little has bad UX in this case. What is the advantage of this? Improve the experience with the user, because with this guide, or in this case with this flow, the user goes to the specific page or specific screen with the correct content. Another advantage is a little more secure because it must configure with the domain and try to avoid redirect to the malicious link or malicious site, for example, a phishing or smishing or something like that, and try to avoid to the redirect another content that is not allowed to the user or is not expected to the user. Okay. What else? Okay. How do the deep links work? This is a flow, very simple. You is similar to the past diagram, but in this case, the user tap or click. That this is normal. If I have an application installed, I review the platform. The platform maybe could be Android or iOS, and review if the app is installed. If the app is installed, go to a specific screen with the deep link. Is immediately and fast. But if the app is not installed, go to a specific store. If it's Android, go to Google Play Store. If it's iOS, go to the Apple App Store. And after that, install the application, go to a specific screen with the deep link. This is the natural flow or the common flow that use the deep links in this case. Another thing is the deep link structure. There are two ways to send the deep link directly to home page or any specific page, maybe. The first one that is most used currently is the custom scheme, and in the last times is using HTTP or HTTPS scheme, and you can see the structure. The structure is very simple. It's an URL or URI, and you can see the scheme that in this case is HTTP, HTTPS, or the custom scheme. The another part is the host, that in this case is your domain or a custom domain. What else? The another thing is the path. You can visualize the path folder if exists a folder in your structure, or the path screen directly. It doesn't matter in this case if I have the folder or directly the screen. But in this example, you can set the folder. It's not required. And the another thing is the query params. The query params that use a key value that you can see could be important if I need to specify conditions or any variable that I need to validate or to check. Okay, currently, like I said, exist two kind of links or deep links that in this case are app links or universal links. What is the difference? App links works for Android, and universal links work for iOS or Apple devices. App links setting up the Android project in the manifest. What else? Yeah, setting up in the Android manifest, and the universal links setting up in the associated domains. But it's important that you have to have an Apple developer account to make this part. If you don't have a Apple developer, it's not possible to make this configuration. But the idea is test locally, and in the demo, I'm going to show how to works. Okay. So this is the elephant in the room. What is happening with dynamic links? I don't know if you can see in the dynamic links documentation or the Firebase page. Unfortunately, Firebase dynamic links, or FDL, to be shorter, will be deprecated the next year. Maybe this is the expected date, August 25. But what is the reason? In the link has a lot of reasons, but this is the most important reasons that why is deprecated FDL. Okay, deep link functionality is current inside of each operating system. Obviously, it's not necessary third-party services. So is not necessary. You can implement manually this feature. So this is the reason, not the reason number one. The another reason is alternative tools exist directly for each platforms, like I said in the past presentation, Android app links and iOS app clips. These platforms support or helps to improve the experience with the deep links in this case. Even these tools is more seamless and predictable for our applications. This is the two reasons, or the two important reasons that I set from this link. But if you can read to detail what is happening, you can enter to this link, and you can read what is the detailed reasons to FDL will be deprecated next year. Okay. In this case, what's next? This is the title in this case. What's next without FDL? So this is a little steps that I'm going to show you. that we are implementing deep links manually. Okay, the first one is setting up Android from the Android Studio, or if you use IntelliJ or any other IDE, you can use whatever IDE to modify the manifest in this case. The number two is setting up from iOS. Obviously, you have to have Xcode to modify these configurations from the native side. The number three is setting up from Flutter. Obviously, you can have two ways. The first one is use Navigator 1.0. Currently is not recommended because has the another option that you can use Router API or Navigator 2.0, or even packages like Router, Autoroute, or maybe Router Master, or any other navigation packages. And the last one is optional, is using packages like Unilinks, that this is the most used in comparison with dynamic links. You can use dynamic links or any other tier packages, or Unilinks to be more easy the implementation. And Unilinks is a plugin that helps the app links or deep links and universal links. This is the target from this package. Okay, so the first one, setting up Android, if you can see, this is the steps. I hope you can see the code, but in the demo, I am going to show you in detail. I hope so. We have a little time, so I hope so. The first one is set in true this metadata, that is Flutter deep link enable in true. But if you are using other packages like Unilinks, this value have to set in false. The second is set the custom scheme that is used for deep links. In this case, is your scheme is custom and your domain. And the Intel filter is inside, or is inside of the main activity. Another intent filter is this for app links, that in this case you can, or you have to use HTTPS and your domain. You have to know that the domain is the same to custom scheme or HTTP scheme. Okay, and optional is accept URIs that begin with HTTP. In this case, is to be more strict, or have to more control in the path. For example, the scheme is, in this case, HTTP or custom scheme, the host with your domain, the path that in this case is the exact route that you need to set that activate the deep links. The path pattern could be start with this route and set an asterisk to accept any other params or any other characters. And the path prefix is for init with this route. And in this case, this is a little mandatory to use and control more specifically the scheme, the host, the path, and the URI in detail. What's next? The setting up iOS. First of all, is similar to Android. Is set the Flutter deep deep link enabled, in this case in true, but is the same reason that in Android, if you use third packages, you can set or you have to set this value in false. After that, you set the deep links. In this case, is more easy. The implementation, you set the domain and set in this array the schemes. Could be the custom scheme, HTTP scheme. So this is more easy for us. And the last one is set the associated domains. Is required, like I said, to have the Apple developer account, or set this file, the runner.entitlements file. You can set this manual. It is not problem with this, or set in sign-in and capabilities from the runner properties, and choose associated domains and set app links and the host in this case. This is the steps that is necessary to setting up iOS. The another thing is setting up Flutter. In this case, I choose the vanilla mode, that is use Navigator 1.0 or Router API. But in this case, it's recommended Router API. This is the reason that said this part with Homer seeing the best way. Okay. For Navigator or Router API, to make it work, you must implement router delegate, information parser, router config, even use a change notifier to listen the changes in our Navigator stack. This is a little more easier and is more detectable for our router stack or our pages or screens. For Navigator 1.0 is a little more complicated, I guess, because you must set the on-generate route from the material app. This is the normal way, but in the settings or in this callback on-generate route, you can compute or validate arguments paths but to the app, detect the in this case the URI or the URL to set the post name, the post replacement in each screen. So this is in my opinion the best way in Navigator 2.0 or Router API. And this is setting up third packages like GoRouter or AutoRoute is easier in my opinion, because for GoRouter you must set the URL path in the path parameter, like you can see. Even in the GoRouter documentation is very easy to configure the path, and the deep links detect automatically and redirect to the specific page or screen. For AutoRoute, this is the package or the Navigator package that I use in my job. So it's easier as well, because you have to say to set deep link builder and validate if the deep link path starts with another path, or you can validate with regex, regular expressions, and return the deep link automatically. For example, in this case, if they go to the else block, return the default path, but in this case is slash or home or login or another path. So this is very easy to use. I recommended any of the tier packages to use in the Navigator for your applications. Another thing, if you have your own domain, In this case, you must set the web setup with some files for your host for each platform. For the Android case, what is the Android case? This. You can set this JSON, that the name is assetlinks.json. This is a file that you host or set in your domain. You have to create the folder or the directory like that well known. This is the folder, and set the asset link JSON in this folder, and set the JSON like this. Set the relations, the target, the namespace is your Android app. This is the name is like that. The package name, in this case, example my app or your package, and your HA 256. You can set this key, and you can run locally from the terminal or command prompt the key tool, the key store command. You can get this fingerprint, okay, and set in the well-known inside of your host domain, okay. For iOS is similar, is more extended, but you can set the app ID, join the team ID and the bundle ID. The bundle ID is the app ID or the package ID. You can redirect every path of your Flutter app, setting the path with the asterisk, and accept any path or any directory that the application or the deep link can access without problem. In this case, it's just to all. Components is optional. The components is similar to Android, set rules or validations that have more control or more strict in this case, using the path, using query parameters, if is necessary to exclude, and set a comment just for tracking. So this is the way to use with your own domain. Obviously, after that process, you must verify that your browser can access to each file. For iOS, is typical. The file changes take a little time, maybe hours or even days. And for maybe to test or make an example, you can use GitHub Pages or Firebase hosting to make this test and to know if it works in our applications where we have to test the deep links, and the idea is that works, okay? And the last one is using the Unilinks package. This is more easy implementation. It's necessary to have more steps, but the idea is set the dependencies, in this case, the Unilinks version in the pop spec. This is an implementation that I made. For this case, you can initialize a global variable to initial the URI link, and in the app.dart, you can set the subscription to listen the deep links. In it, the first URI or URI, if in this case is coming from the beginning, and obviously the dispose to cancel the subscription for the deep links. Other steps is init the URI, validate if the global variable is in false to enter to this block and get the initial URI and redirect to a specific route. For the listening or the stream is the similar. In this case, validate if the URI is not null and redirect to a specific route. How to test locally these our deep links? For iOS, is set these commands with the xcrun. Obviously, you have to install Xcode to test. This is to test the custom scheme, and this is the command to test the HTTP scheme. For Android, is with this command with ADB, you have to install the SDK, the Android SDK, to test and set the view, the activity, the view, the category is browsable, and the data is your custom scheme, or for HTTP, you have to set the HTTP with quotes in this case, and set the package ID. This is very important to test the app links or to test the HTTP scheme. Another alternatives to use, but in this case, in my opinion, it is not necessary. The first one is branch.io. This is the most popular after that dynamic links. Is a platform for linking, ads, marketing, and support deep links. The second one is Upright. I know that people hear about this backend platform, but the deep links is work in progress. And the number 3 is Adjust Flutter SDK. That is a platform for marketing, but supports deep links. And the last one is AppsFlyer. That is another SDK for Flutter, and is a platform that used for insights and support deep links as well. Obviously, to consider, the first one is these platforms have different tools that is not necessary or required for deep links. You must configure the dashboard and the Flutter project. Obviously, if exists for migrate Firebase dynamic links, or you have some native settings that this platform works in your application. And another thing is you must know that these platforms have a cost or pricing, and obviously you have to calculate or add budget to your project. So you have to consider these things. And what is the possible result? Maybe in these 3 minutes, I'm going to show an example. I hope to compile and build very fast. So let me stop the screen and share the another screen. Okay. Paul, are you here?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
So we have to share the different screen, or excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome.
This is an example that I am using a repository. This repository is in my GitHub, Flutter Amiibo Responsive, and show the Amiibo Nintendo. I hope Nintendo don't demand me, but to show these Amiibos. But the idea is show a deep link and how to works. But in this case, works locally, but this is the way to works in our applications. Okay, this is the first one, using custom scheme, and show the figure, in this case, a figure from Kingdom Hearts, I guess, or Xenoblade. And what is another? This is an example using HTTP. If you can see, here is the HTTPS scheme, and show the same figure in this case. For iOS, I hope have 1 minute to show you. Or let me check. I have the app installed. Okay, show these deep links and it works success locally. Unfortunately, for iOS, the HTTP scheme doesn't work locally, but you can use the own domain, set the asset links, and the app associated domains file. It's possible that it works with simulators, or if you can deploy the app in the Firebase hosting or GitHub pages, you can use your phone, and it's possible that works success. Okay, this is the demo. Finally, it works. This is the idea, and you can see the repository in my GitHub. So this is the good result. I am glad to see that. And okay, I think that that's it. Obviously, I am not an expert about deep links, but in my case, I recommend these steps. It's very simple to use. Even has a lot of articles and posts talking about the Firebase dynamic links, how to replace. Another resource is this session, and you can implement a manual or maybe with tier packages. But if Firebase dynamic links is deprecated, maybe another tier packages will be deprecated in the future. But that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation, Fabian. So, as usually, everyone, if you have any questions regarding the demo or the presentation, please ask them in the questions, and we'll get back to your questions during the Q&A part. Fabian, we'll let you know. We'll ping you in the chat when we're ready for the Q&A. So, thank you once again for joining us and for the presentation and for the little bit extended version. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so we are ready to start with our next presentation, and the next presentation will be from Rauf Rashid. So we will be talking about the potential in Flutter with shader. So it's going to be really interesting presentation with the regarding the UI. So how we can achieve those pixel perfect UIs, and how we can take our UI to the next level. So let's start with the presentation.
Everyone, and welcome to this talk, Unlocking New Potentials in Flutter with Shaders. And to be honest with you, if I heard this title for the first time, I will be a little confused and surprised, because for the past 6 years, I would say almost always Flutter have been always meeting my expectations, and obviously with the known limits. For example, something as known as, for example, the limits of 3D support in Flutter, and that we will have to look out for other options or use hybrid approaches on that. It will be very clear, like those are kind of limitations. But if it was something else that is not known to me, I wouldn't be able to tell whether there are other potentials or not. So in this talk, I will be sharing with you what I have learned in the past 2 years about shaders and what kind of potentials are there to be unlocked at the beginning, and most importantly. And before I go ahead and take you on that journey, I will have to take you back at least 2 years ago, when I was introduced to this concept and how I learned about it, and then we will go ahead from there. So first of all, chapter 0, the limits. I'm pretty sure most of you have seen this in the Flutter documentation at some point, but here we are trying to do a comparison between the scrolling behavior between Android and iOS. iOS, and especially at the edge. So this is a clearer screen of what we're looking here. So on the right, it's iOS. On the left, it's Android. So we are talking up here about the behavior of what happened when we are at the edge of scrolling. So once the user has had the limit of scrolling, what happens there? On iOS, it does a little bit of a bouncy, nice effect that looks, that is more relatable to what happens in the physical world, while on Android, we see that little blue curve shape at the top, which is called the glow effect. And that effect for a very long time doesn't look as modern as what the iOS version is offering us with. So I really did not like it, and I felt like Android somehow felt cheaper just because of that. But in 2021, hopefully I'm getting the date correctly, the Android team decided to finally release Android 12, where they updated the behavior of how the scrolling happens at the edge. So this is a Chinese app or Chinese version of the app Doodle, where we are trying to show here what happens at the edge of scrolling. Hopefully none of you know Chinese, so that you will not be able to understand what it's saying here, but you can focus on the transformation of the letters and then the list view. So it seems like a little somehow much more better, because it has some physical effect to it, like a spring or something stretchy. But at the same time, it's obviously so much better than the previous one. Once I saw this, I was so happy. I think on the same day or in the same week, I decided to go ahead and create an issue where I mentioned the use case, and naively, I decided that I will be able to tell them how to do it. So I gave them, let's create this API and let's use these widgets to create this new behavior. And that was just me being naive and not knowing the details of how it happens. So if you can take a look at the issue itself, it's still open as of today. They have implemented the effect a little slightly differently than what Android does, but you can look at the issue. It's very interesting, where you can give it a vote as well to be fixed finally. And at the same time, you will understand the problem that I'm about to show you here. So what I thought the solution was is just additional spacing. Once you're scrolling when you are at the edge, you add additional spacing, and then with the transform widget, we're gonna scale on the y-axis a little bit, and that will be the end of it. But that is not the case, because if we take a look on another one very closely, and we do a comparison in terms of pixels, what's happening here is that it's applying the transformation on the y-axis, it's stretching the y-axis, but not at the same amount. So near to the edge or near the anchor point at the top, it's stretching more than the rest of the UI. So if we are at the top and we're stretching, the stretch value there is more than what's downstairs. And there is no spacing, because even the text is changing, the icon size is changing, everything within the view, the text, the list view itself is being transformed. So that is a non-uniform transformation, and that's where they had to mimic it using the current Flutter APIs, but the final solution to get it as right and exactly the correct way like Android does it is by introducing fragment shaders. This is the current version that the Flutter team has implemented, which obviously is not a cheap replica. It definitely looks good and it does the job, but it is not the exact one that the Android team has. And now let's take another look at some of the other examples. Here I'm taking a use case, which is the blur use case. I'm pretty sure most of you have seen this in real life, or at least in photography. This is the lens blur. And how are we gonna try to implement that in Flutter? that will be quite an issue, but it gets bigger or even harder when we know that there are actually way more types of blurs. So for example, here, if I'm starting from left to right, we have the pixel blur, and then we have the radial blur, and then we have something called the tilt effect, or the tilt blur, that happens to be at the top and at the bottom to make stuff in the middle to look smaller. We have a shape blur. We have, I guess this is a glass blur, maybe, because they look a little bit similar, but somehow you can identify the difference between them in really important cases. We have here something very noticeable, which is the mean blur, and we have something also very noticeable here, which is the surface blur. We have another time the lens blur, and finally we have the most natural one, which is called the Gaussian blur. So we have seen these 9 examples of blurs, and the question is, will Flutter be able to do it in the same manner, just using the provided API with Flutter? So if we start with Flutter initially, this is what we get. We get this blur. It looks like this, but it has other values to be that we can modify. So we can modify the X, the Y, and we can modify them separately or at the same time. And this is what we are getting. So the blur is applied either on the Y-axis or the X-axis, or both at the same time. So we can get something, but it still literally looks like we cannot do so much more. We have another value that we can modify using the API in Flutter to modify the blur. It's called the tile mode, which is mainly what happens at the edge, because the blur effect is going through every pixel, trying to go around the pixels around it to decide what color is that pixel by combining and doing a little bit of math around it. So if we are at the edge, we obviously don't have pixels from the, if we are at the top left, we have pixels in the right side and at the bottom, but we don't have from the top or from the left side. So what do we do there? We can either mirror the image so that it will take the current image and then mirror it on the other side, so that we can take the colors from that side, or we either can clamp it so it's completely gonna stop, and that's where we see those black lines. That's because they are coming from there. And then we have repeated, where we will repeat the image, so it's more like mirroring, but we will repeat the image instead of just reflecting it. Decal is another one which is not very far away from clamp, but it has a little bit of transparency. So if you want a little bit of a faded effect where it doesn't blur the entire space and it doesn't show the black values, you will use decal. So this is another look at them where at least the decal value is going to show up here very clearly. So at the top right, that's where the decal one is. And hopefully it makes a little bit of sense now that we are comparing it with the others. So if we want a little bit of a smoother edges, it's the only way we can do it. While all the others are hardly clipped, we cannot have something like decal, which is probably the more special one. Mirror and repeat are almost the same. So that's what we can do. The question is, are we able to do any of the blurs that we have seen before? And the answer is sadly no. We can only do the Gaussian blur, and obviously that's the most important to us on our daily lives as developers. But if we are doing specialized software, we will need to implement one of those blurs at some point, especially in terms of applications that are like photo editors or video editors. We will need to be able to work out how we can implement one of those. So now we have seen that we cannot do that. Let's try to see if there are other things that we might have missed and we haven't seen until you've probably seen them for the first time now. So let's take a look at this really satisfying button effect where we click on the button. I mean, if I ask you how will you go about implementing this in Flutter right now, it will be a bit of an issue of deciding what the starting point is. This is another one where it's replicating the water ripple effect. Still, same problem. Page turn effect, very popular. And all of these effects, they might seem like they are randomly chosen here, but obviously each one of them can be used on a really nice UI effect in the application. And we will see some of those later on in this session. Page turn, wave distortion, and an example of the zoom blur, noise blur, and we have here flip. The last 3 or 2 are all transitions, so we have seen at least one unified use case, which is the custom transitions, and we have seen the advanced visual effects like the water one. We have also another one, which is the lightning, and you can put any type of glow or like mirroring or that sort of stuff that's related to light as well is going to be also put all in one category. This is a very good example where I have some references for you where you can watch. Sorry, excuse me. It's called the meatballs example, where the meatballs are trying to merge in a very nice, smooth way. These 2 videos, one is from Super Declarative and the other one is from Creative or Maybe Not, and both of them, they explain the problem of performance when it comes to making something like this with more meatballs included into the problem. So take a look at them once we are done with this one so that you can have a depth knowledge about this example specifically. Now, before we understand how we can overcome the limit or how we can fix the problem, we need to know how it's currently, how something like the blur is currently working. So let's take a look. In Flutter, let's take this as an image, and then it ends up being a blurred image. What happens between these 2 stages? Not magic, but just math. So I have here a very simple application for you that I will be showing you right now. It should help us with understanding how the blur effect works. So here we have this random pixels that are generated here in the screen, and we want to end up with a blurred version of this. We have this value here to decide. Let's call it the blurriness of the image. And then we click on one of the pixels, double click on it, and then we see this kernel here at the top. This kernel is taking the values of all the surroundings, and then doing a Gaussian function on them. It's like Gaussian function is the most natural way of creating the blur effect, and it's also very, very efficient for real-time blur effect. So here we are doing it for pixel 1 and pixel 3 and pixel 2 all individually. We do not need to do it one after the other because it's just need to know which pixel, and then it will look at the surrounding pixels. So we can try to do it synchronously just to showcase what the final image is going to look like. But the reason I wanted to show you this sample example is to make sure you understand that it can be done individually, and each pixel can be treated, and we can create a blurred version of the image just using that, knowing the current value of the pixel and the surrounding values. And there is a kernel, it's called the Gaussian kernel. It's a special one. Like, we can do it without using the Gaussian one. We can do the simplest one, which is called the box blur function, that will just average all the values, and the final the output is going to be the average of whatever is inside that kernel. So now we have seen the example. We know that it's just basically math. It doesn't, it's not more than that. We can go ahead and explain the problem of trying to do that with something like a custom painter, because we have seen that it's just math. Custom painter allows us to do so many things, especially when math is introduced. Take a look at this very simple example, which is all in theory, no benchmarks, no nothing here, but it should explain the problem. You take a custom painter, it's running Dart code, so it's running on the CPU, and then we have about a picture that has 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, and we want to apply the blur effect on it. The CPU has to process 1000 pixels because if let's say if we want to do a good blur on that image, for each time we wanna blur that pixel, we will need to do 10 operations. That's the result of 10 million operations. And that's obviously, even for CPUs, the modern CPUs that are doing billions and billions of operations, that will be too much if you are doing it at every time the frame has been synced or a new frame has been drawn into the screen, and there are obviously other things that the CPU is doing. So that's the problem with doing it on the CPU. And now that's where the GPU is introduced, because it's made to exactly do this sort of things, where it doesn't need to do the operations one after the other. It doesn't need for operation 1 to end to do operation 2. It can do all of them at the same time. And if the GPU can do that, the question is, how are we going to be able to have access to it? And that is where we introduce shaders. Hello, shaders. Shaders are literally just programs that run on the GPU. So a shader is, we can take a look at so many definitions of it, but on a high level, or at least at this point, what you need to know is a shader is just the definition of a function or a program that runs on the GPU instead of running on the CPU. And there are multiple types of shaders. It's what we are looking at here is called the GPU pipeline, which is the set of operations that comes from getting values that come out of like a process. For example, Flutter creates, by creating the widgets and everything, they end up with something called the display list that they will give eventually to the GPU, and then the GPU is gonna do all of these steps to finally render something on the screen. So by the end, where we have color blending, that's when we have something to look at on the physical screen. But what we see here is that there are multiple types of shader. The final one is called the fragment shader. A fragment shader is basically the one of the simplest types of shaders, because it doesn't do so much. It does one thing and one thing only. It takes inputs, whatever types of inputs, but it has one thing that it needs to do, which is to define the final color of the pixel. So if we take an example of a screen or an application, it has to have, like a screen has multiple pixels, so many millions of pixels, and the shaders are just programs that run on every time that there is a new frame. The shaders are going to be running on each pixel separately, all at the same time, and will produce a fragment or a color at the end. That color, that's what the user will be seeing. So the reason it's powerful is because it's happening at the end. It doesn't go through all the other steps. Fragment shader, if you just write something using a fragment shader, it means it doesn't have to go through all the other steps. Now, when I say that Flutter has been already using fragment shaders, we can take a look at the example of blur. I'm going to take a little bit of digging. This is the first time we are able to interact with a blur effect using the image filter.blur. If we dig deeper, we are still here into the Flutter framework, and then we are into the Flutter engine, and then a little bit more to the Flutter engine, and this is where we are introduced to something called shaders. Here where I'm showing you impeller, because it should be the default by now. Even if it's not the default for Android, it's the default for iOS, and hopefully soon it will be the default for Android. So this is the code that will be running on the GPU, and here is an example of that for the Gaussian function that Flutter uses to render the blur all over the place. This is another example of where it's being used in the material. This example is from Flutter actually, where they are using it for the sparkle effect. So if you click on a button that has the sparkle effect enabled, you will see random sand or random noise being generated behind the scenes of the button. And the code for that, you can find it here. It's in Flutter, not in the engine. It's called inksparkle.frag, and you can find that as a really good resource to understand this. So now we know what we need to do. We need to create custom shaders because we know that Flutter uses them. They are powerful and they can solve so many problems because they are so much faster, because they are not running on the CPU and they run always at the same time. So the question is, how are we going to write our first custom fragment shader? So that's where we go into our chapter 2. So now I'm going to start showing you a new project. Let's call it my first shader. I'm not going to enable it neither on Windows or Linux. The first thing we need to do in order to use fragment shaders in Flutter, so I'm going to do this very sample, and then we will take a look at other examples without doing the live coding, because I know live coding can be boring, but here we go. We create our first folder called shaders. Inside this folder, let's create a file, let's call it, for example, first shader, and give it the extension fragment shader. And then we'll just need an entry point. It's called main. It has almost like a C syntax. It's really not that far away from Dart or anything else. But as I said, the important thing for a fragment shader to do is to show us a final color as the output. So let's create a vector for, which is enough to represent a color, because a color is RGB, red, green, blue, and then there is the alpha channel. So let's call it frag color. Then it will be just defined over here, and then we'll make sure that it is the output of this function. So here will be making sure that it has a value. So vector4 is going to be 1, then 1, then 1, 0, and then 1, 0. What does this mean is that the red is going to be 1, blue is 1, green is 1, and then blue is 1, the alpha channel is 1. It means it's fully visible. So what this fragment shader is going to do is barely going through every single fragment or pixel, and we'll draw the color white on it. So now let's integrate it into our application. First thing we have to do is to add it into Flutter shaders here. It's needs to be a special one like this. Then it's inside shaders called first shader dot frag, and then with this one, let's start to try to run the application. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove whatever is here, because we need to start from scratch again. Let's call it app. Let's make sure it's a stateless widget that will be using the usual material app. Then home widget's going to be, let's call it first shader. First shader. Let's make sure, let's say it's stateful widget. Yes, no problem. Stateless one, and then it's going to use at least one material, widget, which is the scaffold. And here I will be showing the result on the other side at the same time while I am writing code. Well, computer frozen for a second. Might be just IntelliJ idea, but while it's doing that, let me show you the rest of what we can do with shaders. So we have seen void main fragment color, the output is going to be that. We are here introducing more to it. For example, the version here at the top, Flutter support from version 100 to whichever version is based on the latest in the documentation. Obviously, you cannot go below that, and precision is going to be medium. Uniform is the way we introduce variables to the application. If we want to get something from the Flutter world into the fragment shader, it's going to be through a uniform. We need one out variable, which is going to be the fragment color, and that will be the final color of the output. This is another example where we will not be using the where we'll not be using this method, but we'll be using something more simpler called Flutter shaders library. But let's ignore that for a second and make sure our example here is gonna run. We need to use a custom paint, and for this custom paint, it's gonna have shader painter. That is the creative name I'm going to give to this custom painter. I'm not going to be optimizing it. I just wanted to draw the final result. So here should always repaint, and now I need to load the shader and try to draw something. So to draw something, we go to the canvas and then let's draw a rectangle. There's rectangle is gonna be whatever the size that is available. So let's create a rectangle from left top, left 0, top 0, then the width is going to be size width, and then the height is going to be size height. So this should draw us a nice rectangle. Start with a basic paint object, and then the secret sauce is in the shader. So here let's create something called first shader. We can provide it through the custom painter, or we can just create literally like a global variable that we'll be defining in a bit. And this global variable is going to be the shader, because we have to do one thing, which is to load it. Because it's asynchronous, it needs to load the shader, and it's already compiled, but we need to load it. So shaders, first shader, drag, then this will need to be loaded asynchronously, final fragment program, and then fragment shader is going to be this, has to be a synchronous function. Then let's create a local variable, give it a type, make it a global variable, because just for the demo it's not nullable, so it's going to be late. And that is literally all we need to set up the shader. Just load it from the assets, get the fragment shader out of it, and now we're going to set it here. Let's reload the application and then see it doesn't render anything. And that is because we have to give it some size. Let's give it the width of 100 and the height of 100. It's not going to draw anything. You remember why? Because the color here is going to be fully white and the background is fully white. So let's make it, for example, black, fully black, reload it. And then, as you can see, it's now drawing a fully black background. We need to hot restart because that's where we are loading the assets. We are loading it here in the main. So that is why we will always have to do a hot restart. So that is how easy it is to integrate your first shader. Actually, it can be even easier with using something called Flutter shaders, which is the library that I will be showing you right now. Flutter shaders gives us a builder called Shader Builder, where you just provide it with the asset. It will handle the whole tree loading and taking the fragment out of it, and then we can it will provide us with a fragment shader object that we can draw simply here. This is another example. So here I'm going to show you just a little bit of demos of how we can use shaders actually in our day-to-day life as Flutter developers. This is an example of a galaxy button where if you hover over it, it will actually create this really nice effect. You can take a look at the code source here, and you'll look at the fragment shader itself, and you will take a look at the code of how it is integrated as well. Another demo is the blurs. All the blurs that I have been showing you before are blurs that I actually implemented, and the pictures were coming from those samples. So here, types of blurs, if we go to all of them, we will see that all of these blurs that I have been showing you were actually implemented using fragment shaders. You can take a look at them and take a look at the code source for each one of the blurs in the code source mentioned here. Another example is the faded top up bar, where it's very common now for iOS developers to use that faded effect at the top, where the blur gets less and less blurry once we get to the edge, and it doesn't clip it. It's also in the same repo. We have here another blur. Sorry, I am so addicted to blurs. This is a pixelated blur. It looks like the Instagram blur, where we have the blur and we have the pixelation effect at the same time. This is another snow example. Sorry, I don't have the code for this one, but that's where you probably will end up going to ShaderTroy, because this is where I found it as well. You go to a place called ShaderTroy, where there are tons of shaders, fragment shaders that you can use and port into Flutter. This is me experimenting with these types of blurs in order to make a nice effect for an up bar when we are moving around it. And this is probably one of the most common ones I have made. They went viral on Twitter. This is called the iOS 17 name drop. I literally, because the low-level shader languages are completely almost the same, I ported this from a metal shader to GLSL, and this is how it looks like. It's also in the demos here, if we want to take a look at that one as well. Definitely is a great effect, and it couldn't be done without using shaders. So that is a nice sample. It is triggered by a timer, so that's why we are waiting for it a little bit here, I guess. So let's give it some time. Yes, I guess it will happen right now. Yeah, that is how it looks like in the end. That is another demo, and here we have finally the page flip, as I promised you, where you can use, for example, that page flip effect. This is a very good example where it can be used. For example, deleting a project with this effect can be looking like a really nice effect. You can take a look at the code from there. Practically speaking, you can use these for the effects that I have shown you, but you also need to make sure that the Flutter team also uses them. For example, so the sparkle effect for the buttons, and they also actually use them for the zoom transition that was introduced in Android 12 as well. There is a widget in Flutter called Snapshot Widget that does something similar to what we have seen with the Flutter Shaders library. But the one advice that you will be taking away from here about using them is not to use them for all types of effects, but use them only for the effects that are short-lived, where we don't need to produce a lot of GPU images, because whatever we have seen in the previous ones is the reason why the effects are applied on top of everything is because it's post-processing, where we take a screenshot of whatever is rendered by Flutter, and then we apply the transition or the animation on top of it. And that's where it needs to be short-lived, so that it doesn't use a lot of memory or it doesn't end up with a memory leak. This is what we have seen so far. We can end up creating some really nice visual effects, sometimes end up having great performance optimization. For example, a background, you don't want to create that background using huge and heavy assets. You just end up creating a fragment shader for that. It will be dynamic and it will use less memory. We have control every single pixel, and there is no more customization on control than that. And we can do it very fast because fragment shaders are fast, so we can use them for real-time image processing. What should you do next? Take a look at the book that is called The Book of Shaders if you want to learn them more in depth. Take a look at the starting guide from the Flutter team, writing and using shaders, and then you go enjoy the exploration in ShaderTroy, where you will see all the shaders and the creative and genius people and how they made them. Finally, you start optimizing. That's where you take a look at this document by the Flutter team about how you can write more efficient shaders. That's it for me. Hope you learned something or two new, and I am hoping there will be some questions. So if you have some, leave them and I'll hopefully be able to answer them. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Thank you everyone for the presentations. And I already see two of our panelists with us on the backstage. So I'll start to add you to our Q&A sessions if you are ready. So okay, so we have Fabian with us. Hi,
Yep.
Fabian.
Hi again.
Hi, Routh, and hi, Gabriel.
Hello.
How are you, everyone, today? Thank you for joining us for this summit, and thank you for your presentations. And we're happy to have you with us today for this Q&A session. And we can start with those questions which were asked in the chat. And we'll start with this question to Gabriel, since your presentation was the first one. So here's the question, Gabriel: are the token colors in this example not really compatible with different theme switches?
I'm not sure I got the question right, but the app colors class is a class for holding the tokens in it, and then the themes are gonna be what give functionality to these app colors, to these tokens. So they should be compatible with different theme switches. The themes we will always use the app colors class for the colors, and the functionality will change accordingly. So I believe that's it.
So okay, so if I cannot unfortunately see who this question was from, but if you want to reiterate your question and clarify it, please add the comment in the chat, and our tech people on the back end will get it to the list of questions. Okay, so so we're done with this one. We have this question for Fabian. Fabian, can you make a Medium post or share the link if there is any? I found your presentation quite useful. So if you have the additional one for this, but we will we'll surely have the recording after the summit. But this is just a request. So,
yeah. Yeah, maybe I hope so. However, like I said in the session, exist a lot of articles about talking about the deep links, why Firebase dynamic links is deprecated, and how to use alternatives. So maybe it's not necessary, but if they they want an article, is possible. I don't have any problem. I need
yeah. So you have the article request.
Yeah, I need set the time and availability to do it.
All right, thank you. So this one is for Europe. Very interesting. So it's works for iOS for now only, or we can use with the Android also.
Good question. Well, actually, it works for all of them. Like it works for Android, iOS. That's the reason why we are happy about it, because we were able to use shaders before using custom third-party packages, but because Flutter is now supporting them from the engine, we can deliver them wherever Flutter is being delivered. So web included, Android included, macOS included, and all of those. The only thing that I will be saying from a practical experience is that some of the times when the shaders are working for you on iOS, they might not work. They might not actually work on Android. So it takes a little bit of time, because the development time can be quite extensive when working with shaders, but obviously the output is so much more faster and cannot be done otherwise. So it works for iOS and the others, but just be careful once you get too deep down into the rabbit hole.
All right. So I guess this second one, this part is kind of connected with what you're starting to discuss. So shaders look fantastic, but I have the feeling that a company will not invest the resources to do a shader when the return is a nice short animation. How you convince the company to use a shader? So how do you sell it to your management? So
well, you really don't need to sell someone if they don't need something. But for example, if you have an app and then they try to create an effect and the effect is really good, but then it is really slow, then after like trying to do all types of optimizations, they will be looking out for an option. At that time, it's not us trying to convince them, it's them trying to convince us to do something else. So obviously you do not just want to go ahead and tell them, hey, let's do this in shaders and let's do that in shaders. That is definitely the worst thing you can do. It's going to take 10 times the time to do anything simple. But once you get into a situation where you have tried everything you can do using the normal Flutter widgets and the normal animation framework provided by Flutter, then you will really look for other options, and that's where they will come in. So they are a bit of an edge cases where you really cannot use them for everything, but there are cases where they are the only option. So you do not really need to sell them. They will need to come at times where that's when they are the options.
All right. So took that out of the way already. So if you like the things that shaders actually provide us, yeah, go ahead, give it a try, and I think that's another cool option how to make our apps more, I want to say colorful, but fun, not as flat, not as I don't know, same. That's the only word that comes to my mind.
I
Looking
would
the
call it
same.
just
Okay.
another wow effect, but it's not really.
Yeah.
It's you can make a fun app using a lot of other things, but if your app is slow for just that tiny animation, you really need to make sure that you have another way of doing it. So yeah.
Absolutely, for sure. Gabriel, there's a question for you. Gabriel, have tried the widget book package for custom design systems? Have you tried this one? So what's your opinion, I guess, on this one?
Yeah, actually, I haven't. When we started developing this, there wasn't a widget book, I believe. So no, I haven't. But looking at it, it seems quite interesting. I'll definitely give it a try. And if you want, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn and we can talk about it. But sorry, still haven't tried it.
So, well, I'll continue with this one because this one is kind of intertwined. What about theme extension, app, and LERP? Have you ever tried this one? Here's the link, basically.
That's a really interesting one. Theme extension is very vinculated also with very connected with material. And one of our main objectives with Team Expert was to kind of be set free from material and do our own stuff. So with this, there is a lot of boilerplate code from what I've seen and from what I've tried. And we try to make it really simple and really easy to use. So yeah, we've tried it and we kind of figured out that it would be better to make our own solution.
So I guess this your answer basically Dylan with this next question. Have you considered using a different package for building design theme? What are the considerations developing your own implementation? Basically, you just
we have a pretty amazing design team, and they already had this this design system built for the web applications, and the limitations that material gave us didn't quite allow us to develop and to deliver what we needed. And also, every other library that we looked into, every other package, was either too complex or it depended on specific components that were developed there in the library. So that's why we went with this kind of vanilla approach, and that just handles the tokenization and how to apply, how to insert it in your application's context.
Okay. Fabian, thank you for the great presentation. Any suggestions to be considered of the flow if it needs to be enhanced with Flutter web application?
Okay, I guess it's not necessary make any steps, even with the navigation packages like router or navigator router API detects easily when I use the application in the web or directly in the browser. So it's not necessary because the deep links even works in Android and iOS, just mobile applications. In web, if you open the Google Chrome or any browser from the computer, you can use the application. Obviously, if you enable the Flutter web, it's not necessary make steps, additional steps.
Almost at the end of Q&A session, I remember that I can do this type of layout. So yeah, okay. So we have this question regarding the shaders. Shaders are really interesting, but it needs deep math knowledge to implement efficiently. Is there a way to understand it in an easier way and simplify its implementation?
I guess that is really true. Like the only way to write shaders is like deep knowledge with linear algebra. Like that is only the main reason why they are not so common, and they use them behind the scenes. But I guess for everything, in order for it to be that good, it has to have a price, and that is actually the price for at least shaders in general. It is. I cannot say in any way that you can actually make them easier. I have tried at least for 2 years to say that, or because probably in the beginning I wasn't sure how to actually work around them, but they are actually just that, and that is the main reason that they are fast. That is the cost and the price you have to pay for getting such a thing. But for me, at least, what I have learned is, for example, I didn't know at the beginning. For example, we can debug them. We can when we run our applications in Flutter. If you go to the build, then there is a folder where a file where they show you the compiled version of the shader, and you can use, if you can Google up something called Skia Shader Debugger, they will help you to debug it, because you will find out very quickly that there is no way to debug step by step the shaders, because everything is everywhere all at the same time. So there isn't a single step after step like a CPU. So because it's running the GPU, it's very hard to predict what the value is going to be. So debugging them, to make it easier, there is something called Skia Shader Debugger, where it could help you with that. But the only other advice I would say to help you understand them, or to make it easier, even though it's not, is to think of them as you are not programming every single pixel one after the other. You are programming all of them at the same time. So it's like the data flow is going to be unidirectional. So that is why you need like linear algebra in that sense. Because, for example, if you want the color of the pixel to be red, this color does not depend on the previous color, or doesn't depend on the color of the neighboring pixel. It's just coming there from the input that is provided, and that's how you're gonna also define what's the color on the other pixel. So none of them have any communication with each other. That is the hard part. But once you know that there are actually tools, and obviously there are a lot of resources. My best resource so far is Shader Toy, because it's not whatever I have shown in the use cases, it was not completely made by me. It was either porting it from another shader language that is close to the one we have, or getting something, for example, from Shader Toy, and then trying to make a use case out of it. Like, a lot of shaders in Shader Toy are actually very helpful, but once you see them, you're like, what am I going to use this for? But then if you take a look and then you see the use case only when you need it, it's like there are thousands and thousands of shaders on Shader Toy to take a look at. You will not be able to figure out what to use them straight away. So it has a little bit of a learning curve, but that is just the price for it. Hopefully, whatever I said now is just going to make it 1% less harder.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, please write them down in the private chat that we have over here, so we can post them, because like there was a little bit of echoing, and maybe not everyone picked up the names of the resources. So please write them in the chat, and we'll repost them repost them in the chat. And one little additional question, I guess you can answer it like super fast. How does shader impact on the size of the application?
Just making sure that there is no echo before I answer that, or is it just in general? Is it okay? Does it sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, how shaders impact the size of application? They are pretty small. Like, the size of them is very small, and it's actually not even noticeable at some times. And sometimes they actually give you benefit. For example, let's say you have an app that uses a dynamic background. That dynamic background is going to change based on the user, or it's always moving. In order to do that, and it's not provided straight away, but for example, by the Flutter API, and you want it to be dynamic and moving all the time, then by writing a shader, it's actually going to make the background size, instead of you having the asset always all the time with you in the application, you just want to write a small shader that is going to be the size of few kilobits, and then probably less once it's compacted. It doesn't add a lot as an asset by itself. When you add the shaders, you will see that the code for the shaders is actually, even when you get to write a lot of code in the shaders themselves, it's going to become unmanageable, and it's not advisable at all to write like very long shaders, because even though they are fast, there is a limit on how fast they can get. So if you write terrible code, sadly, on the shaders, they will be slow as well. So it is advisable to write small shaders in terms of the code size, but it will be way like in the megabit area. And on the other side, we have the opportunity of making use of shaders to reduce the assets. If we have, for example, dynamic gradient background, or some other types of backgrounds that can be done with shaders. But yes, it is very specific. I will write down the answers.
All right. Thank you. So here is a question for Gabriel. I discovered your package example in a today's Figma files, and I see that Figma is tokenized. So do you have any experience with automating exporting Figma tokens into Flutter color definitions?
First of all, I feel your pain. No, I don't. These are all really copy-paste, really tedious work. I haven't been able to automatize it. But in our design system, even though it started as a web design system, we have implemented a way of exporting from JS code to Dart, and then using that as a library in our projects. So once they're defined by our design team, it's pretty easy just to add a line there and have it done. That's why it's also tokenized in the Figma, because we always work with these, like with the names that we need to make it work better and faster. But sorry, no.
Alrighty. This one is for Fabian. Thanks, Fabian. How is your experience about dealing with deep links on Instagram or other social media? Some apps will open in internal browser, or some that block link. I use Apps Flyer solution. So what's your experience about this?
Okay. So in my case, I have never used Apps Flyer. I see the alternative is similar to another platforms like Branch, Upright, even Firebase Dynamic Links. This is the reason that I not use tier packages. Maybe in the future, like I said, will be deprecated, but I'm not sure. But maybe if Firebase Dynamic Links will be deprecated, maybe another tier solutions could be, but maybe not. So about the Instagram or social networks, I don't know if this problem about these applications, not necessarily for the project, but in this case, I have never used these solutions for deep links. I try to use vanilla or manually.
Alrighty. So there is a short one also. Something that I will miss from dynamic links is the persistence of the links after installation of the app. How is this possible? How we can achieve this, if this is possible to achieve?
In the diagram that showed in the session, you can see that the flow is I click on I may click on the link, and if the app is not installed, redirect to the store. So in this part, maybe I guess the operation system, Android or iOS, keeps the dynamic links, and obviously the application must implement the validation. For example, if my application is or needs to be login, must to review if has a link or query parameters or path, and after the user logged in to the application, it need to redirect to the specific page or specific content. So this is part of the operating system or the platform, and part of your implementation or the logic that compute your validations.
Alrighty, thank you. And we have like 5 more questions, but we're completely out of time for our Q&A session. We ate the break, and so we will have those 5 more questions. We have 2 more questions for Gabriel, 1 for Fabian, and 2 for Ralph. We'll post them in our speakers chat. And if you don't mind, you can go and look in the comments and in our general chat. And if you can answer them, that would be awesome. So no one gets, I would say, gets home without answering their question. But thank you very much, everyone. Gabriel, Fabian, thank you very much for presenting. And it was our pleasure to have you during this Q&A session.
Okay.
Thank you. Congrats. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Alrighty, I guess we can start with our next presentation, and our next presentation will be from Anna, from one of our program committee members. So let's welcome Anna, and let's start her presentation.
Are you interested in some serious app development done with Flutter? Then stay with us as we uncover all the technical details behind the mobile applications of the leading financial services platform in the UK market called Tide. We'll share a lot about our Flutter project. What state management do we use? What our architecture looks like? What type of tests do we write? And so on. Additionally, you'll hear about tools and approaches that support our development process, what our CI solution looks like, how we monitor problems in production, how we maintain our multi-million lines code base, and a lot more.
I firmly believe that technical decisions should be based on projects and teams' scales. Some approaches that work well for small projects may not scale well for big companies, while decisions made for large projects might be suboptimal, but at least they will always work. Today, we will walk you through all the important technical decisions we made for our extra large project and discuss the rationales behind them so that you can cherry pick ones that might work for you. To make this session more fun, we decided to put you in the shoes of our mobile team's newcomer. For the next 30 minutes, prepare yourself to be one open-mind trainee. Imagine you have joined a team of 50 fellow mobile engineers who work on a Flutter project with millions lines of code.
On your first day at Tide, you will meet your onboarding buddies. This time it will be us. I am Anna, a Google developer expert in Dart and Flutter, and for the last 2 years, a senior staff engineer here at Tide.
And I'm Alexander. I'm also a senior staff engineer at Tide and a Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart. Nice to meet you, and let your newcomer's journey begin. First, let me introduce you to our team. We have a mobile team of over 50 Flutter engineers. For the sake of efficiency, we are divided between dozens of sub-teams, each focusing on one area of our financial platform, like onboarding, payments, credits, invoicing, and so on. As a new joiner, you will be assigned to one team and will start gaining domain knowledge specific to its area of responsibility. Despite this complex team structure, at the end of the day, we are building a single platform. Thus, we recognize the importance of alignment and unity of our mobile team and our codebase. So we structured all our code in a monorepo. Each part of the codebase has its own owners, but all developers are encouraged to contribute to any corner of our project. We all review each other's code, which allows us to align on the approaches and help each other with technical challenges.
To start the actual development, you need 2 things: the IDE and the code. In our team, we don't have any rules imposed on which IDE to prefer, so most of our engineers have both VS Code and Android Studio installed, and the team preference is split about 50-50 between these two. We have some of the IDE settings added to Git, so it's easier to jumpstart on the project, and we also have a list of recommended IDE plugins for efficient development. For example, Flutter Enhancement Suite, Coverage Gutters, Gherkin, and so on. For storage, we use GitHub, and since we keep all of the project codebase in a single repository, you only need to execute a single git clone command. We have all run configurations, log files, and generated files under the version control system. So as soon as you pull the source code and perform pub-get, you are ready to launch the project and start exploring its functionality. Speaking of performing the pub-get command, you'll immediately notice that we have hundreds of packages. Thus, to get dependencies and run other frequently required commands, we use malloc tool. We have custom malloc scripts also added to Git, so it will be a second command you will have to run before you are all set.
Why do we need so many packages, you may ask? We have 2 reasons for that: performance and maintenance. Let's think about a typical package. It contains Dart code, which we'll want to format. It uses code generation packages, which means at some point we'll be running build runner. And it has tests that will be constantly running during development. These tasks are relatively quick when executed on a small package, but imagine running tests on a package with 1 million lines of code, or to make it worse, running tests with code coverage collecting. That would take hours. However, when the functionality is split between small packages, you can work on a huge project efficiently. To ease codebase maintenance, we adopted a package-by-feature approach. This means that each small piece of functionality, whether it's a utility or a user flow, is represented as a Dart package. It's a rare situation that a developer is working on more than one feature at a time, and thus they only need to change 1 to 2 packages. With the granular separation of features into packages, it's also a rare situation that more than 2 developers are working on the same package. As such, we have minimum merge conflicts in our project. Every package has an assigned team of code owners. Features are owned by corresponding subteams. But who owns foundational packages that are used by everyone? Well, everyone. We follow an internal open source philosophy. You may propose any change to any package, be it a utility or a feature owned by another team. Corresponding code owners will gladly consider your suggestions. You may be surprised by how consistent our code is across subteams. That's the result of our efforts of standardization. Each of our packages has a unified structure that allows engineers to switch between different teams without the need to learn new patterns or frameworks. And to keep this consistency, we're using Mason templates. Need to add a new feature package? We created a Mason template for that. Working on a utility? Mason. Need to add a new screen to the existing feature? Well, you've got the idea. Mason templates provide developers with a great starting point. We only need to keep following the guidelines we bundled within these templates.
Speaking of other guidelines, you will have to learn the rules we agreed to follow to keep our code clean and pleasant to work with. First of all of our code should be formatted with Dart formatter, with the exception of generated files. Next, you'll notice we have a zero analyzer warnings policy. We use a very long list of hand-picked linter rules from the standard set. Unfortunately, because we experience analyzer performance issues caused by the number of packages in our project, we can't use custom tools like Dart code metrics or custom lint to further regulate our code style guide. Thus, we implemented some additional checks, like the rule to never import a barrel file in the same package it belongs to, on CI, which we'll discuss later in this session. Also, we gathered all the required and recommended rules we decided not to automate at this point in the Confluence page. For example, recommendations for naming conventions, for const constructors, for widget class size, and so on. Overall, you'll notice we have quite extensive documentation for our codebase that includes cookbooks with step-by-step guides on how to implement certain things, motivation and philosophy behind some of the decisions, recommendations for tools setup, and other development tips and tricks. This helps us to onboard new team members faster, and we use this documentation as a single source of truth for any stylistic dispute.
Consistency in the codebase is no less important than consistency in UI. We aim to have an app where users don't notice when they are switching between features created by different teams. To deal with this problem, we created a solid shared design system. The design system is one of the core packages of our project. It has a Material3 theme with extensions, a bunch of controls, which we'll call atoms, complex widgets, which we call molecules, and even templates for whole screens, which we call templates. We ask all engineers not to reinvent the wheel, but to use components from the design system when developing their features. That keeps the UI consistent and guarantees that our application performs well from the accessibility point of view. For the demo purpose of the design system, we created a special Flutter application available for everyone at Tide, which is hosted as a web app. And the same demo is also available in our main mobile app via a special developer's screen. Clearly, it's not there in production builds. It's impossible to overestimate the role of the design system in the quality of our product and the productivity of our team.
As the next step, you'll watch a couple of educational sessions about our Flutter project architecture. It is a crucial information everyone in our team should fully understand. You have already heard how big our team is and how complex our product is. This imposes several requirements for our project architecture. It has to scale well, no matter how many features we add, and remain maintainable over time. It also has to be consistent so that developers can switch between subteams and remain productive. Our development process has to be efficient because at our scale, any small detail may lead to a big time waste. And it still has to be possible to fit the project architecture in a one-person mind. So, to meet these requirements, we have built what we call the Lego architecture. We all know how individual Lego bricks can be combined to form a more complex structure through a universal standard interface. Our codebase follows the same philosophy. Each small feature of the app is encapsulated in its own Dart package with only a few predefined interfaces exposed. And just like a small Lego brick, it can then be easily plugged into the project. This strategy also allows us to efficiently distribute responsibilities between teams, and we're not stepping on each other's toes while working on the same codebase. So, what exactly does our feature brick look like? The entry point to a feature is a full-screen widget called Flow. The feature itself may consist of several full-screen pages, in which case we use the Flow Builder package for declarative navigation between them. This way, these individual pages do not have to be exposed from the package, and no one else can access and misuse them. Typically, every page would have only one purpose, and thus will have one dedicated item of state management, for which we use Flutter block. For block state and event classes, most of the time we use freezed unions. Block is the object that connects our domain logic with the UI, and thus this is the class that operates with use cases and repositories, which in turn communicate with the API or wrappers over third-party dependencies. We use constructor dependency injection for all these classes, and use getIt plus injectable package to help us efficiently manage that part. Also, block is where the error handling is happening. For that, we have adopted a concept popular in functional programming, so all our repositories and use cases return not simply data objects, but a special class that contains either data or exception. That forces developers to handle most success and failure scenarios. Instead, we use our own implementation for that, but fpdart and dartz libraries are good alternatives. While we are strong advocates for creating clean solutions, we don't precisely follow the clean architecture. You won't find abstract classes in our project unless they are absolutely needed. Also, you won't find many data transfer objects there, as we managed to use domain models all the way from the API layer up to the UI layer. The secret lies in deserializing JSON data, which comes from the backend right into the domain models implemented with Freezed with the help of converters and other advanced techniques provided by JSON serializable. By the way, for consuming a REST API, we use DO with retrofit. These two, combined with concepts like DO interceptors and custom Dart annotations, allowed us to create an extremely efficient implementation, which I will talk about in detail in a series of articles, Basic and Advanced Networking in Dart and Flutter the Tide Way. Also, I should mention the feature localization mechanism, which we implemented with the i69n package. I shared more about this in my talk, Yet Another Localization Approach in Flutter, for the previous Flutter Global Summit. All of these implementation details are encapsulated in the feature package, and most of the times The only thing that is exposed from the package is the flow widget. We develop feature packages in a way that they don't depend on each other to simplify the dependency graph. Thus, all features come together to form a single unified product in the application package, which depends on every feature package and unites them with another navigation mechanism implemented with Autoroute. At this point, you probably have noticed how many times I have mentioned code-generating packages. That's right, we do use code generation a lot. As I mentioned, at our scale of team and product, we don't have the luxury of being inefficient and creating a lot of repetitive code manually. Thus, we automate as many of our daily development tasks as possible. And for that, we not only use popular packages from pub, but have also created several own generating packages that create code unique to our project. To briefly address the most widespread concerns regarding the extensive usage of code generation, I should say that we add generated files under the version control system. And thanks to the fact that our project is highly decoupled with hundreds of small packages, running code generation in each individual package doesn't take long. Because we're building multiple products for different markets from a single code base, we had to come up with an extensive mechanism for configuring features' behavior according to multiple sources of configuration, like compile time Dart defines and runtime remote feature toggles implemented with LaunchDarkly. If you're interested in more details on the overall Lego architecture principles, check out the Writing Flutter Apps in Lego Style talk we did at Flutter Vikings.
And now let's talk about testing. It's hardly possible to build a multi-million lines of code mobile applications without proper tests. But how would one define proper? Tests should be fast. You already know about our package-by-feature approach, which scopes small pieces of functionality and their tests. By the way, this allows us to run tests in the background when we are developing features, and thus catch issues earlier. For that, we use Spec in combination with the Coverage Gutters plugin. Developers can see when they break anything right the moment they hit the Save button. Proper tests should be easy to write. You cannot force the team to cover new functionality with tests if it takes more time to write the test than to write the actual implementation. Otherwise, at some point, there will be a rebellion and the team will ask you to lower test coverage and drop some kinds of tests. But what is most important is that proper tests should be meaningful. And that's my favorite part, because I'm convinced that the absolute majority of developers are doing testing wrong. Let me try to prove this by example. Developers should not start working on the code without having proper requirements that describe either new functionality or the way existing functionality should change. Let's take the first case where we need to add something to the screen, like some new entry field and a button that makes the API call. So you need to make changes in the following layers: widgets to update the UI, block as a proxy between UI and data layer, and maybe services that work with API to add a new endpoint. And of course, you'll need to create some models. Now you can start writing tests for each of these classes. That's what most engineers would do. Or you can forget about all these classes and focus on requirements as a single source of truth for your change. In your requirements, you don't have a word about a repository or a model. It describes a unit of functionality that is easy to understand to any developer and, what is even more valuable, a non-engineer in the team. If you implement a test for the requirement first, instead of starting by crafting repositories and models, you will have a failing test, which is awesome. That means that requirements for our application were changed, and our application is not aligned with the updated expectations. Now we can focus on implementation. Your only job is to make the test pass. There is a theory that at this point you should focus on the worst implementation possible. For example, you can write everything in a widget, ignore state management, ignore repository pattern, make API calls right in UI, and by the way, who needs models when you can operate with maps, right? Very soon, the test will pass. That means that the application is aligned with updated requirements now, but the implementation will not pass code review yet. Hence, now it is time to clean it. At this point, we are starting to care about solid, dry design patterns and other important stuff. We extract classes from the UI, but look what's interesting. We do not change our tests, but the coverage is still high. Why is that? That's because the block is an implementation detail for the UI. Use cases and repositories are implementation details for the block. The service that we use for communication with the backend is an implementation detail for the repository, and even the model itself is just a helper class that makes it more convenient to work with requests and responses. All these classes are not important and can be easily refactored into something else. If tomorrow the team decides to change block to Signal or Riverpod or Mobix or Redux, or move from freezed unions to pattern matching, or change the serialization mechanism to static metaprogramming, no changes in tests would be needed. By thinking of the unit on the test as a piece of functionality and not as a class, developers make tests reliable and non-fragile. With the classic approach, with one-to-one mapping between tests and classes, it's simply impossible to change any part of the implementation, as it's coupled with tests, and that makes tests much less useful. At Tide, we call our tests feature tests, and they are mandatory to write for features. To simplify the process, we leverage the BDD widget test package that brings BDD to our workflow. If you're curious about this approach and want to get more detail, feel free to check my YouTube channel where I uploaded few videos on the topic. We still write classic unit tests for core utilities. Utility classes usually do not have a hierarchy, so coupling between tests and implementation is natural there. For the application itself, we write integration tests. They represent the tip of our testing pyramids. So, there you have it, a comprehensive testing strategy for mobile applications. And remember, tests are mandatory. Whenever you change any piece of functionality, you must either add new tests or update the existing ones. We rely on CI to validate that.
Once your contribution is ready to be shared, you'll have to open a PR on GitHub. When you do so, a set of GitHub actions will be triggered to perform code quality checks. I'd like to highlight a few in particular. First, we'll run Flutter Analyze to make sure the new code has no warnings. What is notable about this action is that running this command on the entire project will take unacceptably long. However, because our project consists of many small packages, we can detect a list of packages that were affected by this PR and a list of packages that depend on those packages with melas exec diff command, and run analyzer only on those two sets. This takes much less time. We apply the same approach to tests. We only run tests on CI for packages that changed and packages that depend on them. It doesn't make sense to retest the code that was not affected. So once again, we are saving significant time here. We have several additional in-house actions implemented. For example, we have to check whether new third-party dependencies have appropriate licenses. We also check whether the PR does not introduce unused code or unused dependencies. Overall, we aim to automate as many checks as possible, but they have to take a reasonable amount of time to run. Staying on the automation topic, we also need to talk about the release process. First of all, we have implemented the possibility to create ad hoc builds from any branch for any environment and flavor on CI with a click of a button. For that, we are once again using GitHub Actions in combination with Fastlane scripts. These scripts are responsible for build number incrementing, providing configuration specific to the environment and flavor we are building for, removing native dependencies that should not be included in certain flavors, packaging and signing up bundles, applying security protections, and uploading builds and symbols to Firebase distribution for internal testing or to application stores for production builds. We make production releases on a weekly basis. After a few days of internal testing, they are gradually rolled out to all users.
And that's how maintenance begins. Having a finance application with hundreds of thousands of active users in production, we must be aware of any issues right the moment they happen. For that, we use various tools for monitoring. The most useful one is Datadog. It allows not only monitoring all builds in real time via custom dashboards, but also diving into specific sessions for investigations by collecting data from various sources, not only the mobile app. When a problematic feature is detected, if possible, we put it into maintenance mode. That allows us to inform users that we are experiencing some troubles and makes it possible for them to continue using the application while we are solving a problem. For that, we use remote feature flags. Launch Darkly allows us not only to do A/B testing, but also to control the availability of specific parts of the app. And of course, it's hard to imagine a modern Flutter application without Firebase, which we complementary use for crash monitoring and analytics.
Even though we could keep talking about this topic for hours, we have to end here. Today we introduced you to our team and project structure, discussed project architecture, testing automation strategy, and shared a list of tools and approaches that we use when developing our multi-million lines of code financial platform with Flutter.
We hope that information was useful. Maybe it inspired you to apply some of these approaches in your project, or encouraged you to challenge some practices you adopted. If you are interested in becoming a new joiner in our mobile team for real, keep an eye on our careers website. See you at the next Flutter event.
Alrighty. Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Alex. And we are ready to jump into our next presentation, which we're going to have from Renuka Kokar. And we will be talking about deploying our Dart server applications around the globe, how to actually make our applications available in various countries around the world, and how to actually achieve this, achieve the really good speeds and actually accessibility of our apps around. So let's get started.
Running Dart around the globe. Let me introduce myself. I'm a Renuka Kelkar. I'm a DevRel advocate at Invertis, Google developer expert for Flutter, founder at the Tech Power Works community, organizer for the Google Developer Group London. Along with this, I'm a Woman Techmaker ambassador and I'm a Flutterista. So little bit about the Invertis. I think most of the people knows about the Invertis if you are in the Flutter community, right? So Invertis is a developer tooling and integration specialist. We are working on really amazing project like a Flutterfire, Firebase extension. We are working on the Zap, Melos for the monorepo, doc pages for the documentation, and many more things, right? Let's see. what is the today's topic? It's about the deploying your Dart server application around the globe. And what is the globe first? So let's see. We can go through one by one and we can reach out to place where we can see what is a globe. So as you know that now you can develop your front end in Dart same way you can develop your backend as well. So this is a really happy moment for myself because I'm a front end developer from so many years, and I really don't have that much experience in backend. So if I know how to write the code in Dart and to develop my front end application, and if that is the case, then I'm really happy that I can create now my backend. Because when I started learning Flutter and while learning about the API integration and the other stuff, so I always wonder that because there are not that many free APIs, and then like I want to use the post request, get requests, and all other stuff. So I always think that let me know how to write my own backend. So this is the time now I can write my own backend. So let's see why Dart on the server is a good idea. First thing is that the same language, right? Because if you are using the same language, you have the comfortable with the Dart, then why not? So there is a less learning curve for the people who are already in the Dart space. It's a null safe and type safe language, so it reduces the error at the runtime. You won't get any surprises while deploying your application on the production and the stuff. It's a compiler efficiency, like because it's a null safe and type safe language. It know how to optimize the compilation, and it compiles very low binary, and that's why it's a portability. So next important point for the Dart to be chosen as a server side is that it's having a growing ecosystem. As you know that like a Flutter is thriving because of this community. So there is a so much community contribution towards to make Flutter as a stronger, as same as the Dart as well. So there are many contributions from the community which helping others to the create a server side programming with like you can see the Dart frog server pod shelf, or there are many libraries products around that. So it's a growing ecosystem. So people are trying to use the Dart for the different purposes, right? So it's a good thing. So now I know I'm a comfortable with the Dart and I can start writing my own backend with this. But is that enough for us? Just writing the backend is not enough, right? We have to know how to deploy that, how it make happen. So there are some ways, right? So there are like you can use the Dart on the edge, or you can use deploy your Dart application on the cloud, and something else. So what is that something else? So let's see. So Dart on the edge. So what are the edge functions? It's a serverless function that runs on the edge networks. So what are the edge function in the simple way? I'm not talking in the very technical, but just going to get us some idea about that. So let's see my life before the Ubers comes in our picture. So when I want to book my any travel journey, I always consider the time when I book the cabs, because when I book the cab, I also understand that cab driver are somewhere else and he needs some time to reach out to my place. So I always consider that additional time when I plan my journey. But right now, the when the Uber is in my picture, like I just book the cab just 1 or 2 minutes before when I start my journey, because when I click on that, I can see that there are so many cars available near to my location. So when I hit the button, the nearest person from my location come to reach to me. It will take like a 1 or 2 minutes only. So this is the like a time consuming process. Similar way, the edge function runs close to your user. It decreases the latency. It minimum to no cold boot times versus traditional process. Again, as I mentioned, it's a growing ecosystem. So there is like a big players like a Cloudflare workers, Vercel Edge, Deno Deploy, or Supabase function are in this space. So let's see. everything is good, but there are some kind of drawbacks. So all these functions, like all these big player, are using JavaScript. And as we mentioned that we are doing everything with the Dart. So what are our options? So we have a option that Dart to JS where you can compile your code into JavaScript. But it is very slow. Then you don't have a hot reload functionality in that, and it's like its size is also big. So everything is like a not which we are expecting. Again, all these players they have a really good APIs, caching and storage, everything, but everything is written again in JavaScript. So when you want to integrate the Dart with that, you need an extra layer where it can interface together. So these are the some kind of downside for to when you deploy on the your server side programming or server side application on the edge, right? So Invertis has created one experiment a project where you can deploy your application on the edge. So this is the experimental project. Here we are supporting the Vercel Edge, Supabase functions or Cloudflare workers. You can use the Dart ACLI, or you can use the package from the pub.dev. Here is a QR code. You can go and read all the documentation, how to integrate all this written in that documentation. So next step, we have seen the Dart Edge. Now what is the next traditional way to deploy your application? Is the using the Google Cloud, right? So how to do that? So let's say consider we have created a simple shelf Dart shelf application, and we can create a containerized it, and then we can deploy it. So using the help of the cloud build, which is a tool, you can use it and you can create your containerize, and you can ship that into the artifact registry. But what is the next, because we want to reach to the nearest to the user, so how to do that? So there are some ways, you can create your own Kubernetes clusters, and or you can use the Cloud Run. So I'm not going into depth to that, but I'm just going through on the process how it works basically. So let's say I have considered the Cloud Run option. So okay, I have a big application which is very famous. I have so much followers, I many users around the world, but my application is deployed in Europe. Then how it runs to my nearest to my user, how it works to the deploying to the edge? So that is the question. Again, you can have the solution for that. You can use the you can copy that Cloud Run command, and then you can copy that all the code, and you can post it on all the different locations. And again, it's not easy. Again, there is you can use some cloud resources for that. You can use the load balancer to uh, manage the traffic and everything, right? So blah 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 blah, right? Right now I'm talking so many things, and I really don't know how it works basically, because I'm not a backend developer. So I feel like last 5 minutes I'm talking so much, the whole the process. But I'm just want to try deploy my simple Dart application, because I was very happy. I written my own first Dart's backend code, and I just want to deploy that. But I really don't know, this is like a big process I have to go through. So I feel like that I should require the experience with the GCP or Amazon Web Service or similar kind of technology. I should have familiar with the tools such as Docker, Kubernetes, or Terraform. Something is more important. That is a big learning curve for me to do that. So it's a critical component such as scaling, load balancing, SSL certificates. We should understand the CI/CD flow again the cost, right? How all these things manage, because it's not a one-person job. I feel like that. So this is it my good decision to use my Dart for the server side and deploy it for me, because I don't know backend development. So I think this is not very happy experience, right? I need some solution for this. And yes, again, the inverters team is very much kind of like a, they know what people wants, right? So they have come up with the solution, the globe. So using the globe is a deployment platform for the Dart developer, where you can deploy your server side code to reach out the maximum people, where you can reach to the user with the different regions. And they have more features in that platform where you can integrate with the GitHub, so that whenever you do any commit the code, so it will deploy to your server side as well, and you can get the preview of that of any changes. It also gives you the custom domains to see your outputs. It has a one more like a few feature as like an instant rollback, because when are you doing any kind of deployment, and if you see that there is some problem, then you need to roll back that. So these are the some features. Still we are in the it's in the private preview, so our team is working hard for that to make more features to this platform. So let's see how any beginner or how anyone who new who wants to use globe to deploy their code. So let's see what are the process. So it's a very simple. First is that you have to install the globe CLI. You can, it's optional. You can create your account on our platform. Then you just need to create your Dart project, install the package. I'm just giving you the just simple shelf app. You can use the Dart frog as well. And that's it. Let's see, I have one demo. Because of the time constraint, everything is written in our documentation, so please go and check the documentation. And let's see, having the demo here. So as in mentioned in the documentation, that you can just, it's a simple Dart application, where I'm just going to change my Flutterista demo file into the, just rename it into the main.dart file, so that I'm creating my endpoint here. So here I'm going to copy paste the code which I have shown in before, that just simple application here. I'm adding the dependency for the Dart shell. Then what is the next step for me? I will log into my account, Globe account. I think I'm talking in very fast speed, and my video speed is very little bit low. I think technical glitch is always a part of any kind of talk. I feel like that. So you have log into the Globe account, and then you have to just hit the one command, is Globe deploy, and that's it. It's that easy. It will ask you some question. Do you want to create a separate project, or do you want to deploy in a project you already have there? Then what is your initial path for that your file? And what is all this question is very easy. You just click, and then that's it. It will take some time to deploy on this on the Globe, but you can see how much time it will take. I think this is what I was looking for, because this is the right now age of the AI, right? AI technology. Everyone is AI. Everyone is talking about the AI. So things are getting more simpler. Is the solution for each kind of problem. So I think we are going in really good direction. That okay, this is like a going. If you want to become, write any server side program, you are creating your own backend, and it should be very easy, right, to write in your own language, like which language you are using for your front end application. Similarly, you can use it for the back end application. And then the process for the deploying is also should be very simpler. No need to take care of so many processes, so many things, right? Because I don't think so, if that is the case, how much we can go into that basically. So it's a simple process required, and that is what I have found it here. We just wait for a few seconds. Yes, it's successfully run. It's deployed. So if you click on that, you can see it's a custom domain. You can see, and you can see the output. So this is how simple is this. You can use the Globe platform to deploy your first application. This is what I was just thinking to share my knowledge and share the how we have developed this platform. We are still in the process of making it more better. So yeah, that's it. That is from the about the Globe. And if you have any question about this, our Invertest is very much in active on the Twitter and LinkedIn. You can reach out to our any of us, any team members. If you have any question for me, you can reach out to me as well. So thank you so much. I hope I have given some my own understanding and knowledge share with you, so that you can also leverage and you can also use that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Renuka. And if you have any questions regarding this exciting tech, please write them in the chat, and we will make sure to ask them. So, and we have our next presentation from Oscar. And yeah, let's dive into this talk. Fun naming. So let's hear what's going on with widgets, orcs, soldiers, battleground, F4 wizard expedition. So let's get started.
Hi, I'm Oscar Tigreros. I'm a Flutter developer at Simterra, and in Flutter Battlegrounds, we are going to see how I'm not a game developer. Flutter Battlegrounds, we are going to tell you the stories with highlights and lowlights of how I build not an MVP of a game, but an MVP of my first step to build the game that I want to build. So my first tip, just starting, is dream big, code small. This is because the first time that I tried doing something on Flame, I got overwhelmed about not being able to build a massive game. So the idea is just set a goal, a realistic one, and even if it's a realistic one, divide that in even smaller steps. So my first 3 small steps were this: create a character in the game and make him walk using a sprite, make him patrol top to down of the screen, and possibly add an attack animation. My inspiration was Advance War. This is a strategy game. It's 2D, it's turn-based, and it was a game that I loved and I used to play when I was a child. So I am a software developer. I'm not an artist. My skills in that area are none. So I decided to start searching for assets to build this. Let's say cut corners, not complicate my life in stuff that I don't know how to do. This was a set of assets that I found for the map. Even though the map is not going to be in the first 3 steps, was something that I found in the way, and I kind of love this kind of asset. This asset belongs to an artist named Kenny. I believe this is a Sketch Desert. The QR code is for this package. I like very much his approach. So I was looking for an asset for my Advance War. So you saw the images, and if you know the game, it has tanks, soldiers, but I didn't find anything that matched that description. So at a certain point, I get bored looking something that matched that, and I decide, okay, let's figure out an asset that has my requirements for my MVP, and let's use it. I don't care about the topic, I don't care about the style. When I made that decision, I found this set of assets. This comes from Shade. All these assets were found in itch.io. That's the QR code for that. I'm going to use the free package, but in the future, I plan to get the paid one. It's not that expensive and gives you tons of flexibility. So you can take a look on that. All the code for this repo and this project is open source, it's in my profile. So if you want to download and take a look of how all the code works together, this is the QR code. It's not the biggest deal, but it's something that you can play around to see how everything interacts. So let's start. Because my first step was building a character that wants to walk around the screen. The first component that we are going to talk is about the sprite animation group component. This is a big fancy name just to say that this is a widget that will have one animation per one element in enum. As you can see here, we have the enum that we are going to define and use for this class, and it's just that. This enum has X amount of state, and for each one you are going to have one animation. Every component in Flame has a few methods that you are going to use primarily. This is one of those, onload. You could think about onload as a init state in a stateful widget in Flutter. Here you are going to set up the initial configuration for your component in this case. So we are going to see the first one, that is set up animations. Here I configure the sprite sheet for my character and I set up the animations. So what is a sprite sheet? It's just, in my case, it's just an image that has a grid with all the frames, the possible frames that my unit is going to have. So if it's going to walk, it's going to have a set of images that is going to do the animation step by step. The important thing here is that you need to define the source size. This is basically the size of each frame in that file. So to create an animation, you just need to tell the sprite, I'm going to create an animation. You need to tell the row, basically the positions in the sprite row, and this from is the initial column, and this 2 is the last column. So it's on horizontal progress frames. The step time is the time that is going to pass between frames, and you have the animation here. So now, remember that I told that this component is one animation per one state in an enum. Well, to save those animations, you have to make a map where you relate one element inside that enum with one animation. That's it. You don't need to map all these animations, but in my case, I did it because I have all the animations. For the first 3 steps, you would just need the walking button, the walking top, and that's it. Now, other method in the components in Flame that is super useful and you are going to love or hate this method is the update. Here in this one, I got a massive meltdown because my experience on Flutter is mainly in Qubit. So I always have an event, I process the event, and I generate a state. With the state, the view is going to re-render and is going to repaint. And that's it. If there is no new state, there is no new render. But in a game, it's all the time updating, all the time refreshing. So I got a different mindset, and for me it was a little troublesome to switch to one to the other. But let's see what is inside the update. Inside the update, we have DT. DT is going to tell you how long has passed since the last update. This is useful because you need to use this to update basically your components. If this is moving, how far is moved, and all those situations. In this case, we are going to talk about initially walk. I have here some annotation to ignore some code that we are not going to use right now. But while you're walking, you then need to figure out in which state current is the variable that holds the state that you have right now. So if you are walking bottom, you are going to just update the position in Y, just going down. And if you are walking in a diagonal bottom right, you need to update both Y and X. Here you're going to multiply the time that has passed with the speed of your object, in this case the soldier. So you already have here the first physics concept that you probably forgot from high school. Distance is equal times multiplied by the speed. And at the end, I have this condition that is for the whole purpose to, if the component is out of the screen, I remove it from the parent. This will remove the component from the game, so you don't have that in memory. I have a unit that is walking. I decided to cut some corners here, and I figured out that doing the top down bouncing was adding a code that later I'm not going to use. So I decided to implement some callbacks. In this case, the top callback and the double top callback. One to create the unit, and the other to change the orientation of the component while it was walking. So here you can see I click on the map and I create a new unit in the corner. They are walking down, and if I double tap the component, it will switch its direction. So this is the achievement of the first 3 steps. So I built 3 steps. That was a division of my goal. And the idea is to self-encourage myself on doing small steps in order to just feel okay and be able to see my progress. So now that I have this mindset of building small steps, I create a new list of steps. The first one is I want to target an enemy. I want to follow that enemy. If I am in the reach of the enemy, attack that enemy, kill that enemy, and if possible, make the animation of that enemy dying. So hitboxes. In order to target an enemy, I need to identify another enemy. So hitboxes is where this is useful. There are 3 types of hitboxes: active, passive, and inactive. Active will react with active and passive. Passive will react only with active, and inactive will react with nothing. So let's say that my first hitbox was to set up the vision. If I can see an enemy, I'm going to attack that enemy or follow that enemy. So I call that hitbox my vision hitbox. You set up the hitbox in a position related to your use, to your component. In my case, I decide that is the size was going to be 4 times the unit size. And this parameter is solid. Basically will change how the hitbox will interact with the other hitbox. In this case, it's not solid. That means that will only interact with the border of the hitbox. And in the other case that is solid, it only interacts when the other hitbox is inside your hitbox. So this is his first hitbox is for the vision, and the second one was to build the body of the component itself. Now, my soldiers needs to know when the hitbox collides with another hitbox. So this is easy done in Flame by just adding this extension, basically, that is collisions callback. Collisions callback will grant you a method that will give you the intersection points where the hitbox is touching with your hitbox, and it will give you a position component. If I haven't said right to this point, in Flame components is the equals to a widget. So in the case of position components, it's not just the component itself, but it also contains the position in the game about that component. So I want to target that enemy. So if the other position component is my unit base, we will see later what is the definition for unit base in my case, and also is from the other team, I'm going to add that as in my target list. This target temporal queue will make more sense later. This if annotated nested could be make more sense if you put an AND, but I have another logic that I want to handle here, like if you get a building in as a target, it could be a neutral target, so it's not necessarily to be an enemy, but that makes more sense in the future for the game. So now I have the target. Now I want to follow the target. Well, follow the target is another way of walk. You have a position in the initial walking, but just stop down. There is no destination. But now you need to walk to a direction. So doing that, you come back again to the update method. Now that you have a target, you're not going to just walk, but you're going to follow. The difference between walk and follow, like I said, is that you have a destination. The destination is going to have probably an angle between your current position and the new position. So first, I'm going to calculate that target. The target is, the angle of the target is the angle between your center and the center of the enemy with the x-axis. We are not going to see the detail of the math of that part, but let me be clear here. Pythagoras is going to be your best friend. Once you have the target, I create a set of if that if is between one angle and another angle is because it's walking to one direction. In this case, it's between 22 and minus 22 is because it's walking left. So with that in mind, I have the new animation, set it up here. When you set up the current to a new enum, Flame will immediately switch the animation that you are to the new one. Remember that this is one element into a enum that is correlated to one animation. Once the animation is done, I keep walking. That's what I say is another way to walk. Now, attack and kill the target. Again, we go back to the update. So if the target is not null, and also if my target is on reach, I will attack that target. I will not show this code, but you can define this different type of unit. In this case, I just use 2 milli objects. So my calculation was if the center is 2 unit distance, that's okay for me. I can attack. But let's see what attack contains. Attack was one of the nightmares when I was doing this. First of all, because if you keep growing the system, you could have 2 units that are attacking the same unit, and the other unit, your partner, kills that unit. Now you don't have the target. So I spent a lot of time because the target died and my unit was keep attacking to the air, swinging to the air. So it was quite annoying. Then I discovered this, the is remove. So each component in the game has this property. So remember the remove from parent. So if you remove a component from the game, the game will still have reference to that component, but it will tell you, hey, it's removed. So if my target is different than null, I have a target, and that target is not being removed, I will proceed with the code of attack. But in the case that is removed, I'm going to remove that target for my temporal queue. Okay, I also need to implement a cooldown for the attack. This was because I put like 5 points of life on each unit, and without this, just by one swing of the sword, will immediately make like 5 attacks to the target and will kill it instantly. So I put a cooldown to just go along with the animation of swinging the swords. So yeah, here you will see that once it's not in cooldown, I will set it as a cooldown, and again I have to calculate the target angle again to do the animation that correspond to that direction, in this attack left. Then I make this feature delay. This was to the purpose to, after the animation of the unit attacking, I need to define if I'm going to attack again or that component is going to be removed. We will see this method in the next slide. And this one is just to reset the cooldown after a cooldown time. So attack or remove. Again, you will see that I have this validation in multiple other places because the update is triggered all the time. You don't know when it's triggered. So you need to be sure that what you are doing, you need to validate basically. So again, I validate if I still got a target, I validate that the target is not removed. And I also add this another condition, that is if I am not removed, because I could still be alive in the game as a reference, but somebody already killed me. So if I'm doing the attack and I'm removed, I'm going to ignore that attack. So you will see that I have this code duplicated here, the selected one, and this. This comes because I get too excited building this and I try to over-engineer. And this is an MVP. I totally forget at that point that this was an MVP. So I tried to over-engineer and I built an abstraction of the unit. I call it unit base. The idea is that all the units that are going to play extend from this unit base. So I will not need to rebuild all the animation in a different class. I just try to abstract everything. But that was a mistake of my side because buildings don't have that animation. So it's not going to be the same sprite component animation group. In this case, the tree that is supposed to be the building is just one sprite component. So because of that abstraction, I wasn't able to put 3 inside the same logic. So I have to cut corner here just to complete the MVP, and I duplicate the code. But later I could fix that by just making animation for the buildings, and I could share the unit base for all, even the buildings. So let's see what is an attack component. So I have my target. In this case, it's a tree. I'm going to tell that tree, hey, you have been attacked by this attack property. And that component will return me his remaining life. Once the life gets 0, I will remove it from my target list. It's just exactly the same for the other one. And again, if I'm removed of the target is removed, I'm going to remove it from my target list. So, attack and kill the target. So the get attack, here you will see 2 different methods. This was because I spot multiple ways to how kill the unit. So at the end, I left this one for the soldiers. You receive the attack if I'm still alive because I have more than 0 life. I will reduce my life and I will return my life, and the other one will handle the other part. But in the other case, who can remove me? If I'm dead, should I be the responsible to remove myself, or should be the enemy that remove me? I suppose that you can do multiple ways. So the other soldier could say, okay, you don't have more life, so I remove you. Or you can say yourself, I don't have enough life, I'm dead now, and I can remove me from the game. But there is multiple other ramification here that you need to take in consideration if multiple components are attacking the same soldier. So I decide that I will kill myself in the next update. So when another update arrives and my life is below 0, I will just put the animation of die. I spot that this was quite effective because allows me to also use this property on the sprite animation group component, that is remove on finish. This is again another map on each on the enum to a boolean, and this will just tell, once this animation is completed, I'm going to remove myself. Once I do all the animation of dying, I will remove this unit base from the game. So I spot this was quite simple and simplify a lot of my conditions. In this case, I just decide for just one animation, dying bottom right, but you can add all the 8 animations, and it will be simple if you put all the animation here. Just if any of this animation of dying happens at the end, you're going to be removed from the game. So let's see about my target queue. In my game, I create 3 trees, and each tree spawn some units. Those units that spawn has a main target already predefined. That's what I call the static queue. Those are targets that are not going to disappear until they definitely die. But the temporal queue is more for the unit that you face in the middle. So the soldier is walking, somebody enters into the view range. Now that is a temporal target queue. So in this game, I'm prioritizing the soldiers over the buildings. And the target that you notice in multiple parts of the code is just if there is nothing in the temporal queue, I will take something from the static queue. And at the end, if I have nothing, not in the temporal, neither in the static queue, I will just simply throw an overlay to say, hey, game over, and the overlay will tell which team was the winner. The unit base. So this was the abstraction. As you can see here, I create an orc unit and a human soldier, and it was super simple. I have the unit base, all the logic for the animation was here, the attack, the move. I just need to tell, this is my spreadsheet, this is my team, this is my starting life. And what's a plan of, this is a configuration for a unit. Later I can move, this is how fast this unit is, this is the range of visibility, this is how many points of attack has, was to make simple to create a different unit. But the trees make my life difficult. So this is the game. It's simple, straightforward from the basic example of Flame. I just create a Flame game, I set up a background, and in the onload method, I just load the trees. 3 trees for each team. 2 of those are going to be mid bosses. So what is a tree? Well, a tree is a sprite component. Like I said, this was the issue. Here is always just one frame. It's not a spreadsheet that has a grid. It's just one frame. So there is not going to be any movement or any update. Here I have some logic about this is a boss, this is a mid boss. I create some key components so I can identify later which one is the one that is alive, or specific trees in the system. Each tree randomly generates the unit. This method was just for purposes of just not be clicking around, but can leave the game playing on the browser I was coding, and I can see how the game evolves. So this is the result at the end. In this case, like I said, I have 3 trees. Each tree builds or generate a soldier randomly. All the trees has the same probability of spawn a unit, and you tell the soldier got in range of the other 2 soldiers, he forget about the tree and focus on the other soldiers. As you tell there, I have some books still that when the 2 objects are moving, one enters in the target of the other, and for a second, if they move in the other direction and then come back. Again, this is still work in progress. This was a basic MVP that I want to achieve. You can play it with the code, just run it on browser and it will render the game, and every time that you refresh it will play another round. This is another tip that I have for you guys. Have good friends. This is because they are going to encourage you or probably give you ideas. During this MVP, I spammed a lot of my friends. Alejandro Rios was one of those. John Bed and Andres Rojas was the other 2. As you can tell here, he is building his own game. But each time that I have any progress, I was just like, hey, I managed to do it. Hey, I finally get it, how the hitboxes work. As you see here, in December last year, I was playing around doing the map first. This was a massive failure because I put so many goals, big goals here, but you see that I spent a lot of time picking up the asset because this is not my expertise area. So what's next for this game? Well, I have plans to make it turn-based, just like Advanced War is. I plan to build my first map with properties. In this case, the first iteration of maps is going to be just terrain properties. If you try to walk through water, it's not going to allow you. If you walk through snow, it's going to give you a penalty. So you are going to be slower in those areas. At the end, my dream is making not just a plain game of a map, but also with levels. I want to create different type of units. Here I just built 2 melee components. I want an archer, a wizard, something like it to make the game more diverse. I want to define the action class. I put as an example the chess. Every time that a player do a move, they could write down queen to this position, queen attacks this. So I want to define a class that records basically each of those actions. From this point, all the bullets make reference to the previous one. The reason why I want this is because I want to save the actions in a Firebase. Once I've been able to save each action in Firebase, I will be able to give the game, this is the list of actions, and I want to recreate the game just like a replay of all the actions so I can see all the movements in the game. And this is useful because if I manage to recreate the game, instead of recreating a game, if I made a stream of the document that contains the actions, I probably can achieve a kind of multiplayer because I will send just one document, the other user will receive that from the stream, and the game will play that in his side. So this is kind of a multiplayer. Well, that's it. That's my adventure so far. I don't have much to say. It's just like don't make big goals because you are going to probably get tired, sad, overwhelmed by the big achievement that you're not going to fulfill. And just try small steps so you can do a progress continuously. Guys, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Oscar. And we are ready for our next and final presentation before our Q&A session. So please ask your questions, please write them down. And we have our next presentation from Manuela Rommel, and we will be talking about the accessibility, how we can actually start implementing accessibility really early and not to turn it into an afterthought. So let's check out Manuela's presentation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Stop Treating Accessibility as an Afterthought, Concrete Steps of Building Inclusive Apps. My name is Manuela, and I'm a Flutter developer, Women Tech Makers Ambassador, and a meetup co-organizer of Flutter Berlin. So when I was researching for this talk, I spoke with a lot of people with disabilities, and one thing they all had in common was they wanted to be included, and technology is a big part of our society. So think of Instagram. On Instagram, we share our daily lives, we share amazing moments that we have, and we also connect with friends there. And it's like a big part of our daily lives. And of course, everyone wants to be on it to be included. And autonomy is another big part of being a human. So from a toddler to an older person, basically everyone wants to do everything they can do on their own without the help of others. And being included is in a way a human right, and it's important for the human experience of life. So let's talk about how we can make people feel included and autonomous with our expertise as people working in tech. So what is accessibility? Accessibility is the practice of making your digital product usable by as many people as possible. So this means not only for people with disabilities, but for everyone. It's a common misconception that accessibility is only important for people with disability, but it is rather a way of rethinking usability, and accessibility usually benefits all people. So why should we work on that? 1.3 billion people are significantly disabled in this world. This is about 16% of the whole world population, and that's quite a significant number. And if the amount of people was not convincing for you enough, maybe you should look at the law. So in June 28, 2025, all newly created digital products need to be accessible by law. And there's already a similar law in the US called ADA. And for instance, there was this case of Robles versus Domino's Pizza in 2019. Basically, there was a person that happens to be blind that was unable to order pizza over the Domino's website or app. And the settlement was $25,000. And this could be soon reality also in the EU. For older digital products, you have time until 2030 to make them accessible. So to be compliant with all the laws, we need to remember this combination of letters and numbers. It's WCAG 2.1 level AA. Let's break it down. WCAG. WCAG means Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And those guidelines are consisting of those following guidelines. Basically, an app should be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. You can learn more about this on v3.org. So what does AA mean? So there are 3 levels of accessibility. And A is the least amount of accessibility, and AAA is the most accessible level. And we have to shoot right in the middle to be compliant, and it's AA. And this, again, you can also check on the WCAG website. So how is Flutter handling accessibility? So Flutter takes accessibility super serious and works on improving the experience continuously. So whenever you see an issue concerning accessibility, they usually have a very high response rate and getting high priority. And whenever you use widgets from Material, you always have a label or a tooltip to ensure accessibility with screen reader is given. So let's talk about semantics. What are semantics? Semantics are information that will be read by the screen reader, so a visually impaired user can use your app and navigate through your app. When we look at this counter app, we see a few widgets where I have drawn a box around, and each of those widgets have a node in the so-called widget tree in Flutter. And there's not only a widget tree, there's also a semantics tree. And if we look at them side by side, we can see that the widget tree looks a little bit different to the semantics tree. So why is that? So if we think of the example before, we have seen that the floating action button had one box around the floating action button and one box around the plus sign. So as a user with a screen reader, I want to know that there is a floating action button, but I do not need to know that there's a plus icon. What I need to know is that there's a floating action button with the ability to increment the counter. So that's why the semantics tree looks different than the widget tree. So, and this is basically a chart of how the semantics tree is composed. So when we create widgets, we create a widget tree, and this widget tree creates the element tree, which stores some state or info, which draws the render tree, and the render tree creates the semantics tree, which then converts to platform-specific object like UI accessibility in iOS, accessibility node info in Android, and iAccessible in Windows. And we all know Flutter is multi-platform, and support is given for accessibility to mobile, to desktop, and also in web. And in web, we will notice something very special. You will hear about an invisible button. It's called accessibility button that you have to turn on. And when turning that button on, the semantics tree gets built. So the semantics tree is not built by default on Flutter Web, just to improve the performance of Flutter Web. Let's look into it.
Enable accessibility button. You are currently on a button inside web content. To click this button, press Control, Option, Space. To exit. Reply an efficient, focused email app, group. Shrine a fashionable retail app, group. Rally a personal finance app, group. Crane a personalized travel app, group. Build apps for banner. Visited link image. Flutter. List 5 items. Link. Multi-platform. Link.
So you can see in traditional websites, you right away get semantics infos, but in Flutter, you first have to turn on that button. So let's talk about how to identify issues and how to fix them in our apps. For that, we perform an audit. An audit is a way to check the status quo of your app. So we can never do that as good as someone who actually has the disabilities that we want to check on for the app. But there are some tools and some ways to do that, to understand the biggest points, the most apparent points. So there's a tool called Accessibility Tools in pub.dev that you can use for your apps. Just wrap your app around, just wrap the accessibility tools around your app, and it will check you yellow and black borders. It will add yellow and black borders around widgets that may not have the semantic label or that have some other accessibility issues. Then there's the accessibility scanner of Google. With that, you can basically scan your app and check for missing accessibility functions. When we want to check for accessibility on our app on our own, it's always better to choose a real device. And because the real device has just so many more options. So you see the white or light mode simulator has not as many options as the real device with dark mode. Also a quick tip, you can add accessibility shortcuts or accessibility to your shortcuts, and this makes it easy to turn it on and off whenever you need it. So before we start to test our app, we need to understand what kind of disabilities there are to check for. So we have mobility impairments, cognitive impairments, hearing impairments, visual impairments, and mental health conditions. And we need to know how those conditions affect people so we can check our app better. So let's start our audit. So the first thing we want to check is large font. And I have built this nice app called Bear Buddies. It's an app to learn about your favorite bear. And with that, we can start checking our first thing. So the first thing is large font, and large font is actually the most used accessibility feature because around 25% of all of your users are using large font. It's the most used accessibility features, I think, throughout all of them. And you can even check for the amount personally in your app. If you have, for instance, an analytics tool, you can use media query, text scale factor to determine how much your users are scaling up the fonts in your app. So when we look into bare bodies, we see that we have some text cuts. So basically there's a constrained text. The problem is the text is too big to fit the widget. Reason, law of the universe. If a widget has 500 pixels of height and text can't be 600 pixels without being cut off. Solutions are dynamic sizing or make it scrollable. Then we see here something else. We see the text is big, but there's some text that is small. Text doesn't scale. The problem is the text did not scale. The reason is we use rich text. Basically, rich text is not having any accessibility features and should therefore be avoided. Or we have constraints our font size in some way. Maybe we used a package or we did something. The solution is not constrain the text and use text rich instead of rich text. It's a very easy way to fix this issue, and your users will thank you for it. Then colors and contrast. There's something called color vision impairment. So if you look at this chart, you can see how different people with a color vision impairment see colors. So you see the true colors and then the different ways people can see colors. And we can also simulate that in our apps or on our phones to check our apps. So for Android, we can turn on simulate color space, and in iOS, we can turn on color filters. So now let's check how a color vision impaired person is maybe seeing our app. So we see here the danger level of the brown bear and the giant panda. Nice, let's pet them. But we have an issue because the giant panda is not so dangerous, but the brown bear is very, very dangerous. So this was now a more like lighthearted example. But if you have something that you want to show your user, just have a label or something and don't just do it with color, because someone with color vision impairment won't understand it and might not see the difference and can get into danger. So let's check for contrast. Here I made a slide with some bad contrast and good contrast. So contrast for text should be 4.5 to 1 against the background. And here you can see the different contrasts that I have mocked here on the slide. So let's test with the screen reader. How does a blind person use an app? I think it's super important to understand how your users actually are using your app. So I have interviewed someone who is blind who showed me how he is using apps on his mobile phone. So did everyone understand everything? So each words of the things that you heard, so each words are a semantics information. And they come from semantics label that we set into our widget. And as I told you before, if you use Flutter widgets of material, for instance, you will always have a label or tooltip. But if you do anything custom, you probably need semantics widget. So how does it work? So semantics is a pretty basic widget. It's a wrapper widget. You just wrap it around the widget you want to give some semantic informations to, and add a label and, for instance, some other specification like that it is an image or something. And if you look at the semantics documentation, we see that the constructor has many parameters. So you can specify quite a lot, but I want to talk today about the semantic sort keep. which I think is a quite interesting thing. So basically with the sort key, you can give your screen reader users a specific UX experience. So basically you can tell the screen reader to read one widget before another. And I have again some example videos.
Accessibility project. Last. Second. First. First. Second. Last.
So you can see the order changed. Then we have merge semantics. Merge semantics is quite a nice widget when it comes to merge two widgets together that should have the same semantic node. When is that nice? When you have, for instance, a checkbox with an information, then the user navigates once and you get read the checkbox and what the checkbox is about. How can you use it? It's again very easy. You basically wrap those two widgets around with merge semantics and it will be read together. And I have again some example videos.
Danger level. High. Danger level. High.
So I had to click twice in the first example because I didn't use merge semantics. And on the second example, I used merge semantics. So with one navigation, I got the information of the checkbox and what the checkbox is about, or actually what the danger level is about, not the checkbox. So then we have block semantics. Block semantics is a widget that drops the semantics of all widgets that were painted before in the semantics container. And that means it is very nice for instance, pop-ups. So you only want the intention of the screen reader to be on the pop-up and you don't want the user to navigate anywhere else because that's the most important information right now. So how can you do this? You just wrap it around the thing you want to be focused on. And it looks something like this implemented.
Warning, bear behind you. Warning, bear behind you.
So you can see I navigated twice, but I couldn't get out of the pop-up. Then exclude semantics. You can use when you want to exclude something from your screen reader experience. So for instance, if you have an icon that has no information really, and it's just decoration, then you can just wrap the thing that you want to exclude with exclude semantics and it won't be read.
Hi bear buddy. Brown bear. Image. Brown bear.
So you can see I just excluded the whole text. Then we have gestures. Gestures are very important for everyone because of tap target areas. So if the tap target area is too small, we basically can't press the button. It's not so good. So there are two different sizes specified, one by material, one by Cupertino. Material is 48 to 48 pixels and Cupertino is 44 by 44. And there's a great study done by UX Matters. They checked how users do hold their phones. So there are around 50% of people that use the phone one-handed and 15% two-handed and 36% cradled. And depending on how you hold your phone, you have a different thumb reachability. So basically, when you would hold your hand on, like your phone only in one hand, you have a different way of accessibility, of accessible usage of the application. And this is, for instance, because a lot of people use their phone one-handed in the right hand. The floating action button is in the right corner, right? So that is basically an accessibility point that is for everyone, because think of a mother with their child, for instance. If you hold your child in one arm and have your phone on the other, you want your app to still be usable by those people. So now let's get into the cognitive audit, because accessibility also includes cognitive conditions. So when we look at Lynx cars, it's a very popular example of UX designers, actually, to show how you might not want to design your app. And we actually have quite a few accessibility issues here. So we can see that it's super flashy. So it's quite dangerous for people with some seizures. They can be triggered from that. And people with ADHD will be completely sidetracked by the animations maybe. And it's really hard to get information from this website. And being accessible has to do also a lot with easy content. So that's one thing to avoid. So we talked about implementing. Let's talk about testing. So testing accessibility is a wonderful way to see if you broke something when you touched your code. So that means every code you write today is going to be legacy code tomorrow. And we always have to integrate new features and have to touch old code. So basically, we can easily break something that worked once before. So testing for accessibility is a wonderful way to see if we broke something about accessibility when we touched our code. So let's check how we can do that. So Flutter has this great accessibility guideline class in our testing API, and it will help us to check if we comply with the requirements set by WCAG. For instance, you can check your tab target areas or text contrast. This is an example how a test might look. So here I am testing the tab target guidelines of Android and iOS and text contrast. We can also test for overflows with scaled fonts. We just have media query and basically use the text scale factor to scale out text so we can check for some overflows that might break our UI. Then check semantics during tests. So with this test, you can basically verify if your tooltip or your label is there. And one thing to note is that it's not a fuzzy match. So you have to be very exact and have to add every specification so that it is a button, that it has a tab action, that it is focusable, everything. Otherwise, the test will fail. So it makes sense for the main flows only. You can also test the UX for screen readers. So do you remember the sort key? Here you can actually verify that this way of sorting your widgets will actually work, and check if the widgets you expect to be read first are also really read first. If anything in the tests break or don't work, we can use debug dump semantics tree, and it will just print our whole semantic tree, and we see the semantic node, and we can check if something is existing or if it's missing and debug everything. And we can also visualize semantics. So with Show Semantics Debugger, we can see the semantics nodes with borders and the semantic information that will be read. So we can also debug with that and see what the semantic readers see. So now let's talk about the process. Basically, it all boils down to communication and awareness to make our apps more accessible. That means not only you as a developer are responsible for it, but the whole team, your PO, your designers, also other stakeholders of the app. So for instance, if you work in an e-commerce and you have some specific vouchers or promotions, you cannot only put them in images, you have to also have some kind of alt text. So it's a thing where everyone has to be involved. Also, you can use checklists. So even in Flutter, in the Flutter docs, we have this accessibility release checklist. And you can go through this list already, and you have already a great way of solving most of the accessibility issues. So I have also done a few case studies of checking existing popular apps for accessibility issues. I have shown that in other talks, and if you're interested in that, please feel free to check it there, because today I'm working with a little bit of time restraints. But yeah. Thank you so much for your attention. I know that accessibility is not the most juicy thing to implement, but it helps people actually using your app, and we're all writing code because we want the people to use our apps. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to write me on Twitter or on X or on LinkedIn, and I wish you a nice conference day.
Alrighty. Yeah, thank you once again, Manuela, for the presentation. And I see all of our speakers on the background, so I'll start to pull them up to the stage. We have Anna and Alexander with us. Hi,
Hello.
how are you doing this evening?
All good. How are you?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. Enjoying the summit. Thank you for finding another 15-20 minutes in your tight schedule for us. And yeah, thank you for helping us with organizing everything. And we have Rinko with us. Hi, how are you
Hi.
this evening?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
And we have Manuela with us also. Hi. And we have Oscar with us. Hi, Oscar. Hi, everyone. Happy to see all of you. And well, Oscar. Oh, yeah. So now we have your video feed again. Okay. So thank you everyone once again for joining us. And it's a little bit like later in the day part of sessions of the blocks. That's why we probably gonna have like 1 or 2 questions for each one of you. So we're not gonna populate like the rest of your day. So don't. So we expect to get through this pretty quick. So we'll start with the with question to Anna and Alexander, and I'll do the spotlight thing. So if you don't mind, so I'll do like this, so everyone would see better. So this one goes like this. This one is for your family. How do you deal with boss factor knowledge sharing across across teams? Do you implement mandatory rotation or something?
Okay, I think I can start, and feel free to add anything. We have a Flutter community of practice, and all mobile engineers are in that community. So all our like engineering knowledge is shared, and as we said during our presentation, we encourage everyone to review each other. Like, we don't want the team to work in silos. We want to really have that internal open source philosophy working at Tide. So I guess that it's not a problem for an engineer to switch between different teams, because they already understand all the approaches that we agreed on. And the other part of the problem is domain knowledge. And clearly, it's tricky to really share the whole domain knowledge between different teams, because like it's a lot. It's complex. The domain is really complex. So I guess that we rely on documentation here. We have dozens of cookbooks, maybe hundreds of cookbooks on everything. So I guess your fellow teammates will help you when you switch the team. We don't have we don't force engineers to switch between teams, but that just happens organically.
Yeah.
I hope
Okay.
I answered the question.
Yeah, I thought maybe Anna wanted to add something, so but I guess we'll continue. Okay, so we have this one is for Oscar. Oscar, how many FPS you reach with Flame and Flutter? Not too many performance issues, I guess? Question mark, I guess.
Yeah. So what I spot while I was doing the testing is I start like 165 frames per second. But at the point that I got at least 15 units in the field, I got started the dips in the performance. For that code, the worst case scenario was around 22 units and the performance drops to 80 FPS. So yes, it's something that is considerable, probably because of the size of the assets that I pick. I haven't get to that far at this point.
All right. Let me check. Okay, we have a question for Manuela. So this one for you. We're used to highlighting error messages by coloring them red. how do you suggest we convey that information for people who perceive colors differently?
I mean, in that sense, it's an error message, right? That means you have some text probably. So for people who have a color vision impairment, you have the text message. For people that are blind, you would probably need some semantics if it's like some custom widget, but if it's a text widget, it will be read with the screen reader either ways. So basically, when you have basically an icon and want to show an error, then the red color is not sufficient. You need also like some kind of text or something. So yeah, I think if you have an error message by itself, that is read with a text that says, hey, something went wrong, I think that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you. And Manuela, also, if you don't mind, could you please check your microphone, because there was some kind of noise, some kind of distortion
Sure.
in your feed. So if you can try to reconnect it, maybe it will help. Okay, so we have another question for Anna and Alex again. For testing, how much code coverage is good?
All right, yeah, testing is my favorite topic, so I guess I'll take this one also. That's a tricky question, because clearly, like one of the answers that I usually hear is that, well, how much of your application should work, right? Because like probably you want to make sure that that all your application works fine, and thus the only way all right, I might be a bit absolutist here, but probably the proper way to prove that your application works is to prove that with tests. But myself, I'm not advocating for 100% of code coverage always. It depends. Senior engineer trick here, right? It depends. So, for example, for utilities or open source projects, requirements might be higher because many pieces of different applications rely on your utility or your open source project. That's why probably I would say that it should be reasonable, like the code coverage, it could be 100% of coverage. Maybe not, but okay, let's say that for utilities, requirements might be higher. For your features, it's tricky because sometimes when you aim for 100% of coverage, you start creating some artificial tests that validates nothing, that just makes your reports look better. And I'm not a big fan of that stuff. I'd say that you need to focus on some parts of your code. For example, bare minimum is state management. Like if you have 100% of code coverage in your blocks, then most probably you're good. You might have some issues in UI. For example, that might be some misalignments, or if you missed tests that validate that, I don't know, the color of some button is different. Is that a bug? Definitely. Is it possible to write a test to catch that bug? Absolutely. Do you want to spend your time writing these tests? I don't know. It depends on the team. It depends on team's budget, on the deadlines, and on all that stuff. So it's really hard to give like that advice that yes, 100% only. It depends.
Okay. I'm just pulling up another question. This one is for you, Renuka, because like the presentation was pretty packed. So can you recap on the role of CDN in the deployment of the RSL applications, and how developers can actually leverage them to enhance scalability and ensure the smooth user experience? Yeah.
Yeah, basically, my talk is all about the globe, right? Like, if I'm a Flutter developer and I want to be like a full stack developer, then like I want to use the Dart as a backend side. So there is like many like a Dart frog or all this stuff is there, but how to deploy this application on the server? Basically, that's the problem. How to host these things, and that is all about the globe, and it is like a because I don't I'm a like a I'm thinking like I'm a just Flutter developer or I'm not having that much kind of backend experience. Then what we have to do, like if I don't know about the CDN, I don't know about the all the stuff which covers in the backend side, or the how to Docker is that, or Kubernetes that, all this stuff, like, so we just need to think about only for the dark side, and you just the globe is taking care of everything. It is just like a Firebase extension, like you don't need to care about the back end, what is happening there. You just use that and you can create your app, your applications, you just deploy.
All right, thank you. So this one is for Oscar. What was the biggest challenge you faced developing a video game? Requires a slightly different approach than what we are accustomed to as the enterprise software developer. So, what was the most challenging?
Probably the update method. Like I said, usually in the enterprise software, we use Qubit in our case, so it's quite linear. It's just an action you process, and then you show the how the UI changed in consequence of that action. But in a game, the update is doing all the time. So it's not like, oh, I can going to, in my head is I can do a pause, I do something and I do other actions. No, the game is all the time running. So there is other action, other elements in the UI that can affect the stuff. So you need to do that constantly, check that, okay, that unit is still there, that unit is still live. So that was probably the most difficult part for me when I did the MVP. Just remembering that all the time is running there.
Alrighty. So, and also, I'm just curious. So, if you would, what would be the first thing that you would look into when someone maybe wants to start a pet project? So, what do you start with? You need to familiarize yourself with Flame, or what would be your first step? That's another one from me.
Okay, so I'm quite stubborn. So I literally look the Flame tutorial the first 5 minutes, and then I usually jump from that goal old rogue and try to do it by myself. I would suggest to read a little bit more. The guide is quite good. They have a nice examples that you can use, and they give you the basic idea for the sprite component, from pan actions to how to do the bullet, how to do collisions. But if you're like me that don't want to follow guides, I will spend a little bit of time finding the sprites and basically just use any sprite that allows you to fulfill the goal and set small goals. Because big goals could overwhelm you, and that was my case in the first attempt. I tried to do a big map, and I failed in that case, and probably that could get you the motivated. So just do a small step by step if you are not like following guides like me.
Okay, so this one is for Anna and Alex once again. What linter are you using? Have you tried very good analysis?
I guess I will take this one because Analyzer is my favorite thing. You have to realize we've been setting the foundation of our project over 2 years ago. So no, we didn't look into very good analysis. Instead, what I did, I opened the Dart documentation and looked through the list of all available linter rules. And basically I picked almost all of them, unless they were somewhat contradictory. First of all, there are contradictory rules like single quote versus double quote, but then there are just a few maybe rules that didn't fit our preference. So we have really long list of custom handpicked rules. And I actually appreciate the flexibility we have with this approach. We are in control of every rule we impose. And honestly, I would love to be able to create custom rules. Unfortunately, we can't have it in our code base.
Okay, thank you. We have a pretty long question for Manuela, so I'll show part of it and I'll read the rest of it. So, how can Flutter app developers effectively implement features such as voice control, string reader compatibility, and intuitive navigations to enhance accessibility of the existing app already? So, if it's an afterthought. So so what would be your advice if it wasn't taken care about earlier and now it's part of the very strict regulation for that specific type of apps and you cannot avoid it?
So basically, it makes sense to go over the app with all those accessibility features. So basically, perform an audit and see where do you have problems, and then fixing them. So in my old project, we didn't think of accessibility first. So what we did was we went through the main flows first and checked out what is the biggest pain point, like where can you not continue using the app, and that's the first things we fixed. So basically, you really have to go through each screen, through each functionality, and fix it. So yeah, basically, there is no magic recipe, there is no magic code, there is no magic tool that you can use. You have to go through that pain, and basically look through all screens and fix it. And maybe you can even get some people that have disabilities to use your app to actually hear from the people that use that app with those functionalities what you should fix. So that's probably the best advice that I can give. But there is no magic trick.
All right. So this is the last one for today, and this one is for you again. So for BDD. Basically, do you use shared directory so that your tests can be easily shared in the integrations and with and widget tests? And do the local widgets BDD's tests run upon save?
All right, so answering the first question, we have hundreds of packages, of different feature packages, and we do share BDD steps between these packages. So we've created a separate package with common steps, and each business area can create their own packages with their own business area specific steps too. It is possible with BDD widget test package to use the same widget test, the same steps for widget and integration tests. We've made such an experiment, and I don't know, it was a bit tricky. So right now we don't do that, though it is possible. Answering the second part of the question, BDD widget test just generates plain old Dart code. So we use spec tool that I talked about in the presentation, and with spec executed with watch flag, you will have your tests running all the time, like as a daemon, sort of like hot reload that will just observe everything that you do with the code base and execute tests. So when I'm working on a feature, yes, I have spec always running so that I can immediately see when something is broken, or I use coverage gutter plugins for VS Code, so I have visualization in my IDE, which lines are covered and which tests I somehow missed.
All right. Thank you for all of your answers, and thank you everyone for joining us. And once again, thank you to everyone who found another extra 15-20 minutes, not only to present, but also to join the Q&A session. And we are happy to have every one of you, and we hope to see you with us next time when we have our Flutter Global Summit. maybe this autumn, maybe next year, same time, winter or spring. And if we have any extra questions in the chat, we will make sure to also send them, to address them to you. And it was my pleasure to be the host for this block. And thank you once again to every one of you.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you very
bye.
much. Alrighty, so we'll be wrapping up for today, and this was the last block of presentations and the last Q&A, and we will be choosing questions from the list of the questions that we had, and we will be sending tickets to the winners, to those who submitted their questions during this and previous Q&As, and we will be sending the tickets. So make sure to check your emails, maybe tomorrow morning, maybe closer to the event. We'll drop a couple of tickets, maybe not 3, maybe even a couple more. So check your emails, and if you don't have the senior day ticket, the discount is still there. We will show it now on the screen. Yuri, if you can show us the discount code for the summit. So the discount code will be Flutter Live. Grab yourself a ticket, and and we will see you tomorrow. And have a great rest of the day. And talk to you tomorrow. I'll be the mod for a couple presentations tomorrow as well. So have a nice evening, everyone.